say that I'm foolish, some say that I'm bold, to brave the dark forests, wild beasts and the cold. But I choose to roam in ruins of old and sing of their stories untold. Long have I traveled across these lands. Long.
Okay, welcome back to Stormcaller's Fury, episode 18. Last we left off, you guys were in the process of doing a delivery from the warehouse known as Guilt and Grime. You picked up a rather large chest that I believe Nim is now carrying. And as you began to leave through the market in the town of Iron Ridge, you soon very quickly noticed some notable others standing out amidst the crowd. There was 5 of them in total, each wearing different monikers of a red scarf or a sash and that sort of bronze dragon symbol to pin it together. Currently, Persephone is with you, but obviously she's not here today, so for the sake of things, she will not be interacting. But as you're walking through this crowd, I'd say Keenan, you're probably the first one that notices Kozar's up on that roof, sort of gestures his hand towards them. You've got the quite tall looking male, his twin enforcers, a woman, and then that very small looking displacer beast pup that seems to be trailing across the rooftops. What would you like to do?
Okay. How far ahead of us are they?
I'd say quite far, maybe 100 feet, 150 feet.
Okay. So Keenan will quietly alert the party to we've got guests or people wanting to speak to us. When we get closer, hang back a little bit. Let's see if we can talk our way out of this. And then starting about 50, 40 feet away from them, Keenan's going to start speeding up to get to them first, but having the party, about 30 feet behind him. And he's going to approach the guy that looks like he's in charge.
Okay. He sort of eyes you as you break through the crowd. There's a soft
Okay, cool.
narrowing of his eyes before he sort of gestures and the other 2 very large people join him.
So Keenan's going to put on an air of exasperation, irritation, not necessarily threatening, but just like put upon, and is going to like talk directly to this guy and say, I told them that people need to be stealthy. Like, do you not listen to your orders?
Make me a deception roll.
It succeeds because it's the first one since I had that thing done to me.
Oh God, yes. Okay. So what are you saying to him?
I'm saying I told them that you need to be stealthy. Have you not listened to your orders? So Keenan is trying to portray that he's part of the brass worm, and that these guys were meant to be there as like the backup.
Okay. You see he blinks for a minute, and there's that almost that confusion in his face as he's trying to wrestle with if you're telling the truth or not. And then after a while, it just seems to fade. And you see his back sort of becomes a little bit more rigid. He straightens up. Sorry, sir. I apologize. And you can still see that visible confusion.
Yeah. Excellent. So Keenan's be like, regardless, we've already been made. We picked up a tail somewhere. I assume you've seen the person's tailing us. The dwarf.
Sort of looks around to the others. No.
Well, I suggest you take care of it, or at least send one of these two. And he kind of like flips his arms at the two enforcers to go deal with it. That way over there, that alley. You should be able to catch him.
Right, yeah. And you see he looks at the woman. She brings her fingers to her lips, and you hear like a soft whistle. And down pads this. It's about the size of maybe a Doberman at the moment, with that two tentacle tails arcing from its body as it makes its way beneath. Sort of sidles up next to her, and then they move off into the crowd. The leader's the last one to go as he's goes to move and then stops, and you can see he's really wrestling with what to do. But after a while, they are gone from your sight.
At which point, Keenan will break character and go, right, let's go. That's got rid of them. Keep going. And kind of gets everyone to walk a little bit quicker.
Okay. You know roughly where you should be going, which is back through the rest of the market, and then... Did anyone write where you were meant to be going?
I'll have a look. I don't know whether I did. I think we were just told to pick it up and then work across. I don't think we actually got details of the location where it was being delivered.
No,
to.
we did. We were told.
Well, I thought
told
we did. Yeah, when we were in the warehouse.
I didn't note it down. I just noted down that the chest was £90 when we picked it up. That was the last bit I put down.
Can I roll to remember, DM?
Yes, you may. Sorry, my voice is breaking at the moment. Yeah, absolutely. You can roll a history check.
So that's a 7.
You know you were meant to take it to the other side of town. You don't remember the specific name that was used, which I did say. But you know that you need to take it the other side of town, for sure. That's what you definitely know.
So Keenan will definitely head in that direction, and then just casually throw out to the rest of the party that's with him. What was the name again of who we're delivering this to?
I totally forgot to write any details about that, but I got so swept up in all the articles and stuff, I forgot.
let me check if I gave you the name.
I don't remember, but I do have a +2 to history if we need to roll again.
Brenna was the one that gave us the job, but I don't know whether they told us who it was going to. She just said, "Don't ask questions, don't look in it."
No, so-
No, it was the
Yeah, so
person in the warehouse that
the person
told us.
in the warehouse told you that you needed to take this chest to the staggered wards, and there was a place in the staggered wards that you were meant to give it. The staggered wards is the same place that the tavern's in, so you know where that is, and it's not too hard for you to make your way in that direction. Obviously, to refresh everyone's memory, you've got the forged spine, which essentially makes up the middle of Iron Ridge, and it is a long, vast, deep, sort of industrial portion with all the different chimneys. You've got the administrative end square, which is currently called Worm's End, as most of the mercenaries have taken an installation in there. You have the staggered wards, which is the cliffside around the quarry where most people live. The ash market, which is where you're in right now, and then the deep lung, which are the lower mines and the rest of the sort of tunnel system, is known as the deep lung. But yes, you know you need to take it to the staggered ward for sure.
I guess we can just continue on as normal as Keenan's talked down the initial bit.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll be moving, like... I'd say Nim is, like, hurrying up, but trying to, like, keep it not, like, suspicious running, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, just keep it quick.
Like, she's trying to act natural, but keep it quick.
Yeah.
Not draw attention.
Like she's got little legs.
Yeah.
She's just
Yeah.
pedaling fast. Callan, keep an eye out. They might not be the only ones sent to intercept us.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out as best I can. I'm not the most perceptive person on the planet, but I will try my best.
Keenan will also be like scanning the crowd while purposefully walking towards where we got to go.
All right. Callan, if you make a perception check as you're moving along.
I'm too bad. 16.
Okay. You don't really spot most movements other than the typical brass worm mercenaries that you've come to sort of acclimatize to. As far as you can tell, it seems to have worked, whatever it might have been.
Like,
and then- yeah.
Well, it looks like your silver tongue worked, bud. Seems to be okay for the most part. They're still around, but they don't seem to be as on edge.
It felt easier than usual. I know I shouldn't complain, but you know that feeling you get when something goes too well. You wait for it to drop. Like what have you forgotten? What have you missed? Normally I have to put a bit of a fit in.
My headcanon with this bit at the minute is because, like, you know, how I mentioned all about the silver tongue last time. Is as you were saying that, you just spat, you like dribbled silver out of your mouth.
That's disgusting.
Like, it was a bit easier than normal. Anyway, yeah. Well, You talked us out of a lot worse over the years, haven't you, Keen? To be fair, we've been in jail once already.
Yeah, no, but normally I come up with a better lie story. Yeah, I mean, it worked. Let's not look a
Yeah, don't overthink.
gift Jim in the mouth.
We'll just keep moving because we're not out of the
Okay. And you make your way, I'm guessing, through all the way into the staggered wards, and you're once again seeing that vast, almost step-like nature of the quarry where people have begun to put their houses. Callan, if you want to make a history check and try and remember the place upon which you're meant to be going, you might be able to help him out.
That is a natural 20, but for a 23. Why was it now, of all times?
Let's have a look. Where did I put it? I was literally just reading it. Hudge. You were you were to deliver it to Quartermaster Gerlich. I told you he was the quartermaster, but you are meant to deliver it to Quartermaster Gerlich. Up in the staggered wards, there should be a depot that you're meant to be delivering it to. That's as much as you know. You know roughly where it is.
L-I-K?
L-I-C-H.
Okay, no worries.
How you doing then, Nim? Do you need a hand carrying that?
Nope. I'm good. And she just like she's just like holding on to it, like, nope. I'm fine.
You do
forming on the
feel
edge of
the
the
weight sort
chest.
of shift again, as you're holding
Being
it.
sweating.
I'll be like, there's something rolling around in here. I'm not convinced, but I'm good. You know, it's fine. Everything's okay.
Just to ask the question before we get there,
Mm-hmm.
do we want to look in the box?
Well, I'd love to, but I caused a lot of issues last time I did the spontaneous thing, so I'll let someone else take the wheel if they want to.
All I'm saying is, if we look in the box and it's something that we don't like, what are we gonna do about it? Then we have the whole town that hates us. If we
That's
don't
true.
know, then, you know, plausible
Didn't Persephone, sense
deniability.
that it was like caged in celestial magic or something last time?
It
Am I
is
remembering
that
protected,
Yes, she did.
by celestial magic.
So likely that there's something demonic inside, if I had to guess. So probably maybe not open it. Although I really want to find out what's in there, but I guess we could ask the master when we get there. You never know, he might tell us.
I mean, we shouldn't really divulge to the clients when we've been told that it needs to be kept secret,
True.
Yeah.
which is why I was asking now.
Surely he knows what he's getting, though, right?
But we can do a vibe check on him when we deliver, or her when we deliver.
Callan, you know that you were told that they were due an inspection of the warehouse. They needed to move this item as soon as possible. They never specified what the item was, And so you wouldn't be sure even if
Yeah.
the person receiving the item would know what it is. They just had to get it out.
Ah, okay. Yeah. So it's likely something that would get us in trouble. If they don't want it there for an inspection, chances are it's probably going to cause havoc if we open it. So I think we just have to let this one go. As much as it pains me not to know what's in the box. You see him frantically like looking at the beetle that he got last session, just like trying to work out how that works as another puzzle to fix in his head instead.
Cool. You keep going.
Yeah, I get.
Yeah,
guess
I
you're,
think that's
guess
not.
you're right.
You roughly know where it was, Callan, that you were told to go, and so I'd say with your Outlander background, it is quite easy for you to sort of figure it out. Because
Yeah.
I completely forgot about that. You do find
Or even getting out.
as you're moving between the different twisted alleys of the staggered wards, there's quite a large building that comes into view. It looks like, again, like a dilapidated warehouse, essentially. Different mismatched timber, faded bricks. There's a iron-bound oak door in the front, and there's a subtle carving of a glyph that looks like 3 interwoven circles. Not much else around it. But this looks like a very similar place that you had picked the chest up from.
Okay. So it matches the same symbol, like the signage on the other warehouse that we were at a minute ago.
Not
When
the
we
same
picked up the
symbol,
item.
but very much the
But-
same
Okay.
appearance.
Okay. There's another warehouse up ahead. Should we duck in and take a look on the way? Or do you want to just keep going?
I mean, what's the harm in looking?
Yeah, let's have a look.
It's kind of similar to the one we picked it up in. You never know. Might be some other people in there. Give us a hand, get shaking this tail. Or we could run into more brass worm. Either way.
Yeah, fine.
Who knows?
You know the tale that I told that guy that we'd picked up didn't exist, right?
True.
I just the only tale I think we have right now is Kozar.
I will go to say as far as technically your deception is immediately successful for anyone in the vicinity.
Yes, I was thinking it might be.
So that is actually a thing, Callan. You're like, oh shit, I thought it was. Damn. But yeah, who is opening the door? Is my question.
Well, I guess it would be me as I'm leading the way.
Okay.
And Nim's got her hands full. And
Yeah, I would be shortly behind Cullen.
yeah, I'm used to getting bitten first. Let's do this.
Callan, as you sort of reach your hand and push the door open, you notice that the bottom left ring glows like a lovely bluish silver as you open the door. And as you turn to check, as the others are coming in, the top one for Keenan glows a very bright green, followed by Nim's, whose bottom right grows that dark red. As you all enter. Stepping inside, it's a lot of stacked crates, barrels, bundled cargo. It's very organized chaos. There's different sconces with quite smoked glass around them. And there's a scent of old wood and spilled ale. And sitting on one of them is a very aging dwarven man. Thick salt and pepper hair, dense beard that's been very well groomed and combined with little pieces of brass and like delightful little half moon glasses, and gives you a little wave as you enter. You notice as he jumps down from the crate, one of his legs, he leans off a little bit, and there's a brace of dark steel and leather around it. But he just wanders up to you, or hobbles rather. Welcome in. I see you found your way. Who has?
We did. Good day to you.
Who has the chest?
If you don't mind me asking, you didn't happen to be the quartermaster, do you?
I am.
Just to check.
Gerlix, the name. He sort of offers a hand.
Okay.
Do I believe him?
Keenan's head. I was just saying Keenan's head. Vibe check now.
Yeah, roll for insight.
I was gonna say, like, Nim is standing, but like waiting quite far back. Like she doesn't really trust the situation.
Okay, that's not bad. I got a 12 on that insight.
What vibe are you checking?
I'm checking to see if there's any hint of deceit in when he says that he's the quartermaster.
Oh, no, none. No, he's definitely the quartermaster.
Sensing that, Keenan will like throw a thumb over his shoulder towards Nim. Where would you like us to put it?
We've got a... You'll like this. And he sort of turns around, leads you off, and he does walk with a bit of a limp. Goes through a couple of different twisting ways through a load of crates before you're stopped at a dead end, to which he lightly knocks on what looks like to be one completely large crate, and part of it just opens a little door. You see quite a young woman. She's human, and nods at him, and he guides all of you in. At the back of this depot, you notice you're now in quite a cavernous stone cave. This seems to blend in with this building, and they've built a hidden doorway. In front is a massive iron wall with a very large circular door that is open at the moment. It's about 10, 15 foot high. And there's different things on tables inside. Not much else. The entire room is a cube, and it seems to be completely made out of iron.
There we go then. I know you could carry that all day, Nim, but I think anywhere here you can pop that down.
Nim's gonna like hesitate slightly, and kind of like just basically, I think she's hesitant to go in an all iron like cube. Like that's gonna trap me in it, and I don't want to go in there. She's just gonna kind of like, I guess, like take a couple of steps in front of people and then just put it on the floor and then like back up. She's like, nope. Bad vibes. Okay. She didn't say anything, but Nim's spidey sense is tingling right now.
Very easy for you to do. You put it down. You notice as soon as you cross the threshold of the safe, it stops moving. And you just place it down and then back away very quickly.
Just for Callan's own curiosity, could he have a look around to see if he sees any like scorch marks from like blast powder or anything like that whilst we're in this chamber? This
Yeah,
is a
if
bit
you
weird to
want
have
to,
like a cast iron vault.
Make a perception check if you want.
That was a 5. Damn it. Used to well up already.
Not as far as you can see, no.
He's just going to be like looking
Then-
around.
Sorry, interrupt you. You finish.
No, I'm all good.
Keenan, being completely unfazed by the iron safe, is going to turn to the quartermaster and say, just a bit of added information for you. There were a few unfriendly types waiting for us in the street. Potentially, they knew that it was going to be moved. We managed to convince them to look elsewhere, to not pay attention to us, but just to put that on your radar.
Yes, that's happened more often than you'd think. I'll make a note of it.
Seems like you have a little bit of an information leak, so I'd be careful where you make those inquiries, and where possible, use external contractors. And he kind of gestures to the rest of the party.
Oh, yes, you're right, of course. And he gestures over to the woman. Razor, their payment. They will be needing some compensation. And she sort of wanders over, picks up quite a large pouch, and makes her way back over to you. Hands it to Keenan. You feel it's quite weighty. Was there anything else we can help you with? Your delivery is done, and you're just lingering a little bit.
Unless you've got anything interesting you'd like to part with that we could maybe take off your hands, knowing that it's going to be used to further our friend's agenda. And while he's saying this, he's going to weigh up the bag in his hand. Is it roughly the right weight for the payment?
It's pretty weighty. I would say make a persuasion and see if you can get some more things.
I remembered the kid's name. It's Dex. Yeah, so I said in my notes, Dex is 19. I just assumed that was a roll check I had somewhere.
As he's talking, you notice that he's got like
29
a
on the
pendant.
persuasion.
29. Cool. As he's talking, you notice he's got like a pendant with a sort of a celestial depiction on it. Nods at Keenan. You see he narrows his eyes just a minute. Okay. You're a smart one. And he wanders off before coming back with a small chest of his own that he hands to you. But that should be enough, I believe. I think Branna was looking for you. They said your friends found something.
Oh, excellent. We will go meet with Branna now then. Thank you for your patronage, and looking forward to doing business with you in future.
Of course.
And he's just going to stow the pouch for now in his backpack, because it would be crass to count money in front of the client to distribute it later.
Just before we wander off, I'll just ask Gerlich if he knows anything about that incident in the mine where Dex went missing. if possible. If he's got any
Collapse
information
point
about it.
9 is what he tells you they have started calling it. It was the deepest mine and the furthest into the Hailfollow Peaks that the worm had gone. And it has recently collapsed, as far as they can tell. And when they tried to uncover it, they discovered a bunch of corpses. And determined that it should be shut down for the time being, leaving the rest of the miners stuck down there with whatever had killed those people.
So you could still be down there then.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's completely sectioned off, no access, nothing at the minute, right?
Yep. As far as you're aware.
Okay. I'll try and gather a bit more information and see if I can help him in any way.
And potentially Zephyr and Pipkin may have found something as well.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we've left at this point, because I wouldn't mention their names in front of other people.
Yeah. Just seems such a shame for a mine like that to go to waste.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Anyway.
So the Umber rest?
If we've set off back, once we're very much away from the shop, Nim will kind of turn to the others and be like, they definitely know what's in there. When I stepped in that safe thing, it stopped moving, whatever was in that crate, that safe was designed to hold what's in there.
Well, as in you think it understood where it was, or
I
the
think
actual safe was controlling it in some way?
I think the actual safe was controlling, influencing, had some kind of magic in it that's
I've heard of lead
basically
containing.
Yeah.
I've heard of lead containing magical devices, like listening devices, to some degree, but I've never heard of using iron before, and it looked like it was solid steel and iron all the way around in that cave, from what I could tell. Could be wrong though.
We've used steel and iron for safes before. It stops things being scryed on.
It does indeed.
It just interferes.
Also,
Yeah,
really good for containing Fey stuff.
Yeah, I reckon whatever it is that's in there, reacts to that iron in some way. I don't know how we feel about that, but I just wanted to share.
So, Callan, Persephone, you sense divine stuff keeping it in the chest that Nim was carrying, right? So that to me says it's anti-divine thing that's in the box. So probably a good thing that it's being kept under wraps.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Is what I'm gonna tell myself.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I don't really want to think about it too much. But then, to
You
be
can always
fair,
come back
Keenan,
later and steal it if you want.
maybe, but it just to be fair, some people would consider me anti-divine.
But you're a paladin.
I know, I'm very much not, but upon meeting me, if they didn't know, then I have come across people who are yeah, they don't trust me yet because of who I am, and I think that's kind of bad. But I'm trying to not think about this too much because we did just get paid a lot of money. And
I'm really
I feel
sorry, Nick.
very
People shouldn't treat you like
conflicted.
that. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And they seemed alright with you. Otherwise, I would have stabbed them. in the neck
Thank you.
twice
Keenan.
with my good knife.
With my good knife.
Does that imply you have one that isn't as sharp as the others? That's your bad knife. He's just got a butter knife he saves for people that he wants to make hurt. Anyway, Carol.
Where are you
But
guys
yeah,
off to?
I just. Hmm.
To the Umber Tavern to see our friends and Branna.
Mm-hmm. Very easy for you to find your way there again, Callan. As you lead the rest of them back in. You walk back in, and it's very much like a bastion of warmth. It's quite chilly outside. You get the scent of cinnamon, barley. It's quite light and seems like some sort of respite for you. Pipkin is sat on a table, and next to her is Zephyr. Zephyr, what have you been up to whilst the others were away?
Zephyr has been confronting her own mortality, as it has taken her this long to go down in a fight. And with that has come deciding to take herself to finally upgrade her ill-fitting armor. So now she wears armor that is a lot more fitted. It's just as clunky as it was before, if somehow maybe clunkier.
Yeah, I would say so. So, as you guys walk in, I would say that is the primary thing that you notice. Is that rather the sort of steel pauldrons and chainmail, Zephyr sort of has a one-piece set of steel plate that covers the top part of her body.
She looks like she'll make a lot of noise in a stealth attempt. But she looks sturdier. And yeah, that's the majority of what she's done. And then she's also gone to see a some sort of carpenter, and has replenished her supply of small offcuts of wood to carve, and is just kind of whittling away as she sat at the table. And that was the adventures of Zephyr.
Yes. Pipkin, you have been visiting your halfling friends in the infirmary. You found a lot of very sick kids, but you found one small child named Taka, who informed you of exactly where Collapse Point 9 is. And he was one of the people that was retrieved from there that was still alive. And he told you exactly how you can get past the brass worm and into Collapse Point 9 if you so wished. He did all of that recognizing the tartan that you are sporting, as he's got a friend who's still stuck down there.
I had a feeling that will be the case. So I'll be sitting at the same table as Zephyr, sort of going over that, what I've seen, what I found, in hushed voice. Okay, so there was this little kid, and there was some sort of collapse going on, and it's at this point, and if we want to go there, it's going to be like we have to go around this part, and then we can go past Brass Worm, and I'm sort of relaying all of that info. And then the group comes in, I'm assuming.
Yep.
So I sort of look up, and I'll just beckon, like, come, guys,
Yep.
come on, come over here.
Keenan will beeline over, nod at Zeph and say, "Nice duds," and then settle into the booth table, whatever we've got. Okay, say, what have you guys found? We've done a little bit of a mission to get some money, did a bit of shopping to prepare, but yeah, what have you guys found out?
I relay everything once again. Okay, so there's a certain collapse point. I don't know if other people have talked about it to you, but
Yeah.
something with 9.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We met someone over at the Tinker shop, and her son Dex is caught in the collapse. Instead of I'll try and help as much as I can, because it's a shame to let someone with a brilliant mind like that go to waste. And I'd really like
Look
to
what he made!
half selfish, half. And then I'll literally pull out the little beetle to show each of them.
Oh.
Nim like pulls out her new whip and is like, "Look at this!"
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Very cool. So you were already planning on going there to save this Dex kid? Because I have a good reason to believe one of my family members might be down there as well. So I think our plans are kind of lining up.
Not to speak for everyone else, but I think we already planned on going there and we found out that Dex was there as well.
Okay.
My plan was already to go there.
Yeah. Okay.
At the end of the day,
Anyway.
Pipkin, if you told us that your family was somewhere else in town, that would be the priority straight away. You know that.
Yeah, they seem to be at the same point, so that's what I'm saying. That we seem to have aligning plans.
Yes.
So
and we have some funds
okay.
to get anything we may need. And he looks at Caden. Stuff that maybe blows up rocks to help free people, maybe. I don't know if you can get any of that.
Okay.
And then at that point, he's going to take out the pouch and count out how much we've got.
There is 750 gold in that pouch.
Let me do some maths. And then he'll also look at the chest.
Inside the chest is a very interesting set of vials. 2 of them are sort of like a bright orange red, and then the last one is like a light teal color. They're not labeled, but you would guess that maybe they're potions.
Okay. We will have to investigate those later, and he kind of stuffs them in his backpack.
Okay. Yeah. So I do have some intel about how we could get there. This kid in the infirmary told me, so we should be pretty good to go almost immediately, I'd say. We can retrieve whoever Dex is and hope that we find my family.
Yeah. Oh, I'm ready if
Yeah.
everyone else is. No time to waste.
Yeah.
No time like the present.
Yeah.
So everyone
Quick.
everyone gets 100 gold.
Okay.
100 gold for the group kitty, and then I hold up 50 gold and go, this is for any supplies, booms, things we want to launch a rescue.
Okay. Let's go. And Pipkin stands up and runs to the door. She's on her way to wherever the intel told her to go.
Yeah, so it is the sort of
We will
north
follow.
edge of what's known as the Deep Lung. Collapse Point 9 was the latest expansion of the Brass Worm Consortium to dig deeper and further than they had before in search of what they call obsidian. A lot of you know it as various different other names, one of them being soul glass. None of you know why obsidian is so important, but clearly it's something the worm wants. It takes about an hour and a half for Pipkin to guide you through the town and out sort of out, not really out the backside, but up and along, and then back down a different road. The Iron Ridge cliffs, you can see different sort of jagged wound-looking mouths of various different mines, and the further you go, the more they increase in terms of. There's one called Mine 1, which seems to be where they started, and then various different monikers until you get to what's known as Point 9, which is this very jagged-looking V shape that dives all the way down. And even as you're walking, you can feel your ears begin to sort of pop ever so slightly. Ironically, as you're making your way, you notice a couple of brass worm guards walking back the other way. As they're talking, you overhear that they're discussing various reasons why the Red Loop never turned up for their shift. Saying that maybe they've finally broken their oaths of loyalty, and then the other one sort of dismisses that as they're way too loyal. They'd never abandon any sort of posting. Keenan, you get a small sense of satisfaction
This is
as
the
you
group,
guess
right?
who the Red Loop
Yeah.
are. And then sort of wander off.
These guys are approaching us, right? We're opposite directions.
Mm-hmm.
Keenan's just gonna like throw his voice and say, "I heard they were having an orgy."
Okay. Yeah, the guards aren't that intelligent. They're just like, really? And then you'd sort of fade off into the distance. But yeah, you get to the sort of mouth of this mine, and you can see it does look like it seems to have undertaken some damage at some point. All the different signs hanging askew. There's a couple of warning signs written in Dwarvish. Not that all of you speak that, but it's pretty obvious what warning sign is. And you can see that the further in you could look, sort of stone shifts from that quite polished, ashen-covered stone to now a quite delightful granite as it disappears into the dark. You can see small veins of black that sort of line the walls that glimmer a little bit. And the entrance floor is sort of scattered with various different broken and dented mining gear. Tools are bent and some carts are shattered, one's overturned. But you are at the entrance.
So the shattered stone and stuff. Can we use the entrance, or is it blocked at all?
It does look like they've made a sort of gap for people to move through. They did retrieve some bodies before they closed it off.
Oh, just head straight. Go on.
I would definitely.
Sorry.
That's fine. I would definitely like to go through and kind of measure up whether everyone in the party fits, since I am the smallest by far.
Ooh, that was scary.
Oof.
I would say that how tall is everyone? That's a good question. I don't remember.
I think what did I actually even put? I think it's 6'5", 6 something.
I did actually give Nim a height. Let me check.
I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah, it's just a box standard 6 foot. That's what you get on that.
I'd say
Nim is 5'8".
yeah, I'd say the taller side of you guys do have to sort of bend and move a little bit. You get the sense that this hole was built sort of to make halflings go and retrieve other probably dead halflings.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can very much make your way in.
Okay.
Alright.
I proceed sort of carefully, wary of other collapsible things like ceilings or floors that might collapse. Is there anything of note in front of me? What do I see?
Can you see in the dark?
Nope, I do not have dark vision.
It's very hard to make a lot out. You can sort of see the walls, and then a head every now and then, maybe the odd sort of glimmer off the obsidian. None of the sconces in the start of this mine are lit. So those that have dark vision, you have,
Okay.
obviously, it's dim light. Everyone else could be something else, you have no idea.
Well, I do have a torch, so I would like to take that out and light it.
Mhm.
Just double checking.
Yep, no, that's
But
fine.
no, I definitely don't have dark vision.
You watch
Keenan
that
pulls
sort of
out his
flare of
hooded
flame.
lantern. Look, Keenan pulls out his hooded lantern, lights it, and passes it to Pipkin. That one you can hide the light if you need to.
Oh, all right. And she'll extinguish the torch and accept the lantern.
Okay.
Okay.
You begin to walk everyone down. Most of what you can see looks like old metal rail for the carts. Some of it's bent. A couple more sort of loose tools, maybe a harness every now and then. It smells a lot like sulfur, and it's very sort of like damp, oppressive stillness. And it's just the sound of your footsteps and everyone else breathing, and that's pretty much it.
Just
Big
because my
whiff
mind can't stop
of
thinking
the-
about it is. Is there any little cages with dead bird? Because my brain just can't stop thinking about the Minecraft stuff.
There are
Look
not
around.
any
There's like a canary bird in
canaries. No.
there.
There are not.
Mhm.
I literally couldn't get it out of my head. Like my impulse in my head was like, say it. Anyway, carry on. Sorry. Interrupted.
I take a big whiff of the air, and
Mhm.
specifically the sulfur, and sort of look of disgust because sulfur famously smells like rotten eggs.
It does, yes.
I'm we should probably be careful with fire. It was a good call, your lantern, Keenan. But also, if we do have to, I don't know, fight or explode things, we need to be absolutely certain we can do that. If there's anything I know about explosions, then this smell is not a good friend of it. Or, depending on how you look at it, a much too good of a friend.
Zephyr's gonna talk to Pipkin and say, "It's okay, you can blow it out," and then she's gonna slap Pipkin on the shoulder, and I have to remember what it's called. She's gonna give Eyes of Night to Pipkin,
Ooh. Okay.
and Pipkin now has 300 feet of dark vision.
Nice.
Cool. You feel that blanket of magic.
Nice.
And she's
pull up.
also gonna, and she'll also do the same. Sorry for the two boys as well, because it will extend their dark vision to 300 feet.
I don't have dark
Okay.
vision, so I appreciate it.
Oh, there we go.
Excellent.
I'm blind as a
you-
bat in here.
you
I
all
was gonna
feel
say, I thought-
that
Okay.
magic sort of crawl up over you and then up into your head. And there's like a small pressure headache just for a second as your eyes adjust and it sort of blinks into this slowly fading expanse. Now that you can see, wasn't really expecting that, but you can see ahead of you as it turns around the corner. There's another minecart that leans at an angle. the most notable thing is that the wheels are half fused to the rails, and it looks like they've melted slightly. The rest of the wall trickles out into a more like wave of different veins of obsidian, and there's sort of glittering strands along the floor as well. There's not much else as far as you can tell.
Can I go over to the minecart and sort of scan around if I can see like a direction of heat, if I see other things that have been affected by the heat? I think she would be intelligent enough to be like, okay, something exploded hot enough to melt it, but can she discern more about the environment, essentially?
Yeah, make an investigation as you're having a look around, and not with disadvantage because you can see. Crazy.
19 plus 0. 19.
There is a way that the heat must have come from would be slightly above, but it'd have to be very close. Almost as if it were applied to the minecart and then was taken away. The heat in here, it is a little bit warmer than you would have thought, but there's nothing in here as far as until you turn that corner. There's nothing in here that you can tell that would be hot enough to melt a minecart wheel, essentially. So it definitely stands out.
Yeah. Okay. It would seem like someone intentionally blew this minecart up. I'm guessing this was not just some collapse. There must have been some sort of sabotage going on. I say to the group.
Maybe that's
be
where the
that, or it
smell of
could
sulfur is
be-
coming from.
Yeah, maybe there has been some sort of explosion already, and that's the remainder of it.
Yeah.
Maybe they were using the carts to bring explosives down to dig further in, but then they had a reaction with the sulfur, which caused a chain reaction that they didn't think about, maybe.
Perhaps.
Maybe.
Could just
Well,
be
let's see how
unstable. And
far-
it could have been a mistake. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. Let's see how far until we find the first bodies. I'm pretty scared we're going to find some. And I'll
Probably
go.
I think we
further.
will.
guaranteed.
Okay. The air continues to thicken, first with dust, and then with the heat. It sort of clings to you as you turn that corner and keep descending. 5 minutes goes by, and it slowly increases. It's not to the point where it's uncomfortable, but it just gets more and more incrementally. The granite begins to shimmer as you watch different corridors of obsidian twist through the walls. That black glass sort of reflecting off all the different portraits of your figures as you're moving past. You do find what appears to be blackened bone skeletons surrounded by different pieces of ash that you would guess are maybe their clothes. And then every few moments there's like a shimmer and then a soft rumble. Make a perception check, please, Pipkin.
I have it. 17.
Very good. As you descend into the next stretch, you pass what you think would be maybe a checkpoint. There's a half-collapsed scaffolding and a wall chalkboard of, I guess maybe work assignments. Most of the names have been scratched out. A couple remain. One of them is underlined twice. That reads Asset Transfer Greenhill Unpaid. In the distance, as you're reading that, there is a soft skittering sound. Who's making noise? Honestly.
Sorry.
But yeah, off in the distance, there's like a soft skittering, and then you wait for a moment, and then you hear it again.
Any sort of familiarity to my ears? Something I would recognize?
I don't even think you'd make the roll, because this wouldn't be something you'd normally come across now.
Okay. I would like to point it out to the rest. There's... hush my voice. I'm going to not hush it for the microphone, but in a hushed voice, be like, guys, there is something here. Be careful. We might need to make ourselves ready for whatever comes to us. And I'll sort of keep looking out, not necessarily readying an action, but being really focused on any sort of activity, any movement.
Let's just hope whatever it is isn't the source of the fire.
Yeah.
Judging by the amount of heat that is, whether it was generated or whether, I doubt it's something very small. I think it would probably be a lot louder if I had to guess, but you never know.
Okay, do you keep going?
Yep. Keenan's going to talk in the heat. You must be really, really uncomfortable, and he's going to, if you allow me to, DM, use prestidigitation to call a cubic foot of Zephyr's armor.
Yeah, no, you can do that. That is something you can do.
Because it's something he'd do for himself, but then, like, people have mentioned the heat, and he's like, oh, actually, you're wearing that big armor. Let me cool you off a little bit.
Yeah.
I also appreciate this, but it's also funny because Zephyr creates her own wind. So Zephyr's kind of her own.
You got your
Zephyr's
own
her own
aircraft.
She's a
fan.
her,
Yeah, man.
she's her own AC
Yeah.
unit,
Zephyr's got
yeah.
built-in aircon.
Okay. As you keep going, you come across what looks to be a cross tunnel where a couple parts have collapsed. The rail forks off a little bit. One path descends sharply downwards, and the other one sort of vanishes underneath the rubble. And you can feel the air pulsing with the heat from different hairline-looking vents in the walls. Pipkin, you hear it again, the sort of skittering that's getting closer. And from the fissures underneath the rail line, you watch as this warm orange glow begins to get closer and closer and brighter as it begins to fill the dark room. You watch as a long, sort of black, thin limb sprouts from part of the fissure, and then another one. As an insectile creature, black as pitch, aside from the orange glow in between its carapace, begins to skitter up and towards you. They're about 100 feet away when you spot this. At the moment, there are two of them as they clatter out of the vents. Okay, everybody, roll me initiative.
Is there...
Oh, I was going to say, is it something I'd recognise? But never mind. Let's go.
You mean we can't adopt them?
No, I
New
don't think so.
friend.
Right, I'm gonna have to do-
describing it. Harvey was like, "Is it gonna be like those Naga things that we fought in the town like donkeys ago, but just like self-destruct into acid and be killed?"
Oh god.
Oh, you mean the lizards?
Like-
yeah,
the lizard
Yeah.
dudes that we
the
fought in the
scorchers.
town.
Yeah, they were
That's
fun.
the first thing
I
I
liked
thought when
them.
you were talking about it.
They are 100% like
would you-
lava bugs or something.
I'm imagining Slugma from Pokemon.
Yeah, yeah.
The lava snails. Would you describe these things as friend-shaped?
Depends if you like weird looking skittering insectoid obsidian creatures.
Definitely
Seven
not.
points at one. It says that's not friend-shaped.
Hit points. Sorry, I'm having to do this all by hand, so I was not prepared to write this down.
The second you said Pokemon, it just made me think of Center Scorch. I just found this image of it, and I was like, "That
Oh
seems
my
on point."
god.
Because I was done like a fan art of it.
Yeah.
It's like a D&D
Yeah, well,
creature.
it's not far off. Not far off.
Mm,
Well, it's
Oh,
not far off
God.
what I had in my head.
That's terrifying.
Oh no.
Was that See in the Dark thing a Twilight Domain thing, or is it a spell?
Twilight.
It's a Twilight Domain thing.
Mm.
Okay, are we ready? Can I have your initiative,
Yes.
please?
20, sadly.
20 what?
Sadly.
Oh, 20.
Zephyr doesn't know what to do and she goes first.
Anyone else above 20?
No.
15 to 20?
17.
Okay. 10 to 15?
12.
Anything below 10?
Yes. 7.
Also, yes, Nim is an 8. Having advantage on initiative and getting a 6 and a 7. It's not the one.
Okay. Two of
None of
these
us
creatures
have
are
buildings
gonna
and
go
stuff, yeah.
first. We're all doing this in Theatre of the Mind for the time being. They are about
Mhm.
100 feet away. They're gonna obviously run straight for Pipkin, as that is the first thing they see. So, let me find this. Nope, this. Is it this? That'll do. Pipkin. They can't
Yes.
reach you. So I would say they go 60 feet. So they're about 40 feet in front of you. That is their turn. Zephyr, you're up first, and I'd say you're all within 5 feet of each other. So I'll let you guys distribute that as and when.
Okay. Wait, so how many are like right ahead of
2
Zephyr?
at the moment is what you can see.
Like closest?
They're both
Okay,
equal.
cool. And then one sec, I'm double checking something. Where is... I don't sorry, D&D Beyond is fucking with me. Okay, where's... How far will this move them? Is there like a wall or anything behind them?
No, they just come around the corner into this wide room.
Okay, if that's the case, she's just gonna use second level guiding bolt, on whichever is closest.
Okay,
One of them. Pick
go for it.
whichever. That's a 12 to hit.
A 12 does not hit.
Okay.
Try again.
And then for her, I can't. And then for her bonus action, she'll use spiritual weapon, to cast it to make it appeareth.
Okay. And then you have your
And
action.
then that's the end of Zephyr's turn. The spiritual weapon's gonna weapon turn. That is a nat 1.
Sadly not. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Calenthar, it is your turn. Where has all my music gone?
How far away are they roughly from?
They
us
are
at the minute?
40 feet
Is it
from...
60 feet, you said?
No, they're 40 feet from Pipkin.
Okay. I think I'll ignite my bow to begin with. So I take 1d4 damage. That's my bonus action. Boy, you rolled a 1 on the damage again. That's a result.
Yay!
And I'll just pop a longbow shot at one. That's a 17 to hit. Please tell me that
17
hits.
hits.
So I'm getting scared. So it's 9 piercing plus 3 lightning.
Okay.
So just nick my finger on the longbow, ignite it with lightning, and just loose an arrow as close to it as I can in the face.
Okay. Anything else?
And that's me. Can't do anything else. Can't do anything else. That's bonus action and action.
Keenan.
Keenan, fear of the mind. Are they kind of like next to each other, or is one slightly ahead of the other?
No, they're next to each other.
Okay. Keenan will pick the one on the left and cast Vicious Mockery. And he's going to say, "Oh, a farmer would keep you around just for this shit."
Nice. I like that one.
Wisdom save.
Wisdom. Okay. Oh shit, that's a nat 20.
Damn.
Damn, saves. They do be wise for
Fucking
whatever
hell.
they are.
They've just reached enlightenment in this cave.
Yeah.
Just on the sofa.
Yeah.
Anyway, Carol.
And then he's just gonna back up 10 feet away from them. That's it.
Picking.
Yes, I have a 45 foot speed, so I should be easily able to reach at least one of them. And
Oh,
I
sorry, it
will,
should be Nim, but then you. I've written it down the wrong way around.
Oh, let Nim go first.
Okay. So I'm gonna move, I think, 20 feet forward. No. Yeah, 20 feet forward. If we... Actually, that's a good question. You said, are we in like a big-ish room?
Yeah, yeah.
Or are we...
You're essentially in like a small
like,
cave.
so I have... Okay. I'm just thinking like, I can swing and throw things without like hitting ceilings. Kind of a deal.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. Nim is gonna take out one of her like not very often used little hand axes and so she move forward 20 feet and then throw the little hand axe, trying to like aim for face area.
Okay, which one are you going for?
The one on the right.
Okay.
So that is a 25 to hit. With 8 damage.
Yeah, very easy. As you watch that hand axe sail through the air, you catch it right in the middle as it screeches. It gets thrown onto the floor and just begins twitching a little bit. As you watch it twitch, there is that sort of scent of sulfur, and then you have like a wide reaction as you sort of revisit something in your mind as you watch an explosion of obsidian and fire that just ricochets shrapnel everywhere. Luckily, you are not close enough to get hit as you watch one of them go down.
Does the other one get hit?
Nim's gonna shout like, stay back, stay back! Hit it from a range, don't get close. Anything else? No, I don't think so. No.
Okay. Pipkin.
Yes. So, I will run forward, and I will attack. My regular attack. That will be to hit a nat 20.
Yep.
Nice.
So first of all, that is going to be 10 plus 4 is 14 bludgeoning damage, and 4 thunder damage.
Okay. That is
Then
also dead.
Okay. Also dead.
Are you using
So anything
your
else
gauntlets?
left? Yes.
That's my question. Okay, good. As you watch it
Yes.
sort of sonic boom pushed back away from you before it explodes. You're just shy as you watch a piece of shrapnel. You just move your head out the way as it hits part of the wall.
Right.
There's nothing else that you can see at the moment.
Okay.
Cool. Anything else on your turn?
Nope. Yeah. Nope. That's it.
All right. Nim. There is sort of like an odd queasiness that seems to quell up in you a little bit. And Zephyr, you feel it, but not quite on the same degree. You hear a very soft growl from around the corner as you watch like a dark furred paw claws the dirt, and then another one, and then sort of furred maw that drips with this orange glow, and a partially scorched face of this canine looking animal as it rounds the corner, followed by two more sort of insects that sort of skitter down upside down from the ceiling. I would say that most of you have seen a depiction of a true hellhound before. And Nim, there is a sick feeling in your gut, but also a weird sense of familiarity as you're eyeing this creature. He's going to bound forwards. You see, he goes to go for Nim, and at the last second sort of twitches right a little bit, and is going to go for Pipkin. I need to roll. Pipkin. First one is a... $17 to hit.
That hits.
Okay.
I also, my Discord crashed for like a minute. Obviously there's more. I have no idea what's going on beside that.
Hellhound. Two
Hellhound. There is a hellhound.
A hellhound.
Yes.
Okay.
You missed all the cool music.
Okay, thank you.
Give you the short end. There you go.
You take
I'm sorry.
5 points. It's fine.
This laptop is
It's fine.
complete
I was
chaos.
joking. It's 5 points of piercing damage and 6 points of fire damage
Sure.
as you feel that burning sensation in your shoulder. As he lets go,
Okay.
he then opens that maw, and I need you and Nim to both make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Well, shit.
Well,
A dirty 20.
Okay, that's a pass. Pipkin, what did you get?
14.
That is
great.
a pass. So you take half damage.
Oh, well, look at that. Okay.
7, 9, 13. So it's 7 points of fire damage, and then obviously 3 for you, Nim. Because I'm pretty sure you're resistant.
Yeah.
As you watch that
And
cone
me,
of
right?
fire
I also
just
passed it.
open. Are you resistant
Yeah,
to
but
fire?
it's-
What?
So it's halved, and then I get a quarter.
Yes. Yeah.
No. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. So 7 from. Yeah, okay.
7 for
Tiefling.
you.
No, I'm not resistant to fire.
No, the tiefling is. That
sure.
is the end of his turn. Back to the top of the round with Zephyrel. You can see 2 small skittering creatures in the back. Once again, they're about 40 feet away, and this hellhound is chewing on Pipkin, and Pipkin is just in front of you.
As much as I want Zeph to attempt to be useful, she's gonna cast well, sorry, not cast. Basically activate Twilight Sanctuary. Yeah, and out comes a lovely sphere of Twilight.
Ooh.
And yeah, and then is going to. I don't think I have any other bonus actions I can do. So yeah, that ended her turn, and then it is the turn of weapon. It does a 14 hit.
For the Hellhound.
Not the Hellhound, for one of. No, wait, yeah, for the Hellhound.
No.
Okay, never mind. Weapon just shakes violently at the Hellhound. And that ends my turn. And I will
Palanthar, you're up.
give
with
myself
Keenan on deck.
Okay. I'm assuming the Hellhound's like right next to me as I was standing next to.
If you were standing next to Pipkin, then yeah, he's
Thunderstrike.
right next to you.
Okay. In that case, I will unsheath my longsword and cast a booming blade on it and go for an attack. So that
Okay.
will be 19 to hit
19 definitely hits.
for 2 damage. Yeah. Plus 1d8 if it moves. And then as my bonus action, I will. Done that. Blood Curse Binding. And then I'll do a Blood Curse Binding. Actually, wait, no. That kind of negates the whole point of Booming Blade then. Yeah, fuck it. I'll do Blood Curse Binding to try and secure it in place. So that's a strength saving throw 12.
What was it? 12?
Yeah.
12. It rolled a 9 and it has a
Insane.
plus
Does it
3.
still pass or not?
Yeah, it beats it.
Oh, okay. Right. So that doesn't do anything then. It's cool.
Unfortunately not.
Yeah. So that's all I can do. That 1-2 damage. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I didn't get myself a rapier. Anyway, carry on.
Keenan, you're up. With Pipkin. Sorry, Nim on deck. God's
Okay.
sake.
Keenan is going to try Vicious Mockery again, this time
Okay.
on the Hellhound.
Yep.
And it's just going to shout, "Bad dog."
Mm-hmm.
It's a wisdom save, please.
Oh yes, that's me, sorry. That is a natural 1.
That fails. So he takes 1 psychic damage, but has disadvantage
Okay.
on the next attack. And then it's just going to glance across at Pipkin, who's next to the Hellhound, and say, "Come on, you've beaten bigger and stinkier things than this. Don't let it catch you," and give Pipkin a bardic inspiration.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Nim, you're up.
Nim is going to use her bonus action to cast Divine Favor on herself,
Mm-hmm.
and then is going to swing her battle axe at one of the insects came up to us as well as the Hellhound, or the insects like...
The insects are currently
further.
40 feet away.
Okay, then I'll just swing it at the Hellhound.
Mhm.
And as she's doing that, she says to Pipkin, "If it looks like it's about to attack you, get behind me. I can take fire better than you can, but hit it with everything you've got." So that's a 24 to hit.
That hits.
So that is a total of 10 damage, 2 of which is radiant damage.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Pipkin.
Nico, don't forget to take your temp hit points at the end of your turn.
Ooh, yeah. Is it 1d8?
1d6 plus 4.
Thank you.
Right. I'm going to flank the Hellhound. So I'm going to circle it until I can flank it with Nim.
Yep.
And I will employ my fists to punch it in the face or whatever.
Yep.
That is a 21 to hit.
21 hits.
That will be then 8 bludgeoning damage and 4 thunder damage. Can't move because I'm flanking it, but I am using the gauntlets.
Okay.
And I'm gonna use my flurry of blows to do 2 additional attacks.
Okay.
First of which, I'm gonna add my bardic inspiration because I rolled a 5 and a 6.
Ooh.
So that's 16 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. That will be 9 bludgeoning damage. And then for my third and final attack, that is a 22 to hit.
That hits.
And that'll be 7 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, I'm going to circle back around and stand behind Nim. I get a free disengage for my Waves of Drunken Master.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Plus.
As you're watching all of those
So-
punches hit, you sort of hear that crack of thunder. It does reverberate around the cavern, and you see small bits of dust just float gently onto the floor. The Hellhound is going to go for Palanthar for reasons. As you watch the other 2 insects sort of skitter up and join him. First one on Callan is a 22.
Yeah, that hits.
So that's 10 points of piercing damage. And... Oh, no, that's a 1 point of fire damage. And then he's going to bite you again.
Owie. Oh, fun.
17.
Hits.
5 points of piercing damage and 2 points of fire. That's 7 total.
Ouchies.
Okay, one of the creatures is going to skitter up and... how I've got envisioned is you've got Kalanthar, Nim, Pipkin's behind her, and then I'm guessing Zephyr is sort of at the back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And where's Keenan? In all of
Keenan
this?
is about 10 feet back from
Okay, so you're next to
Pipkin.
Zephyr. Cool. Yeah, they're gonna go for Callan then. One's gonna go for
Going down,
Callan,
swinging.
and the other one is going to move in and go for Nim. 15 on Kalanthar.
It doesn't hit, actually.
Oh yeah, let's go. Second one
Breastplate coming in
on
clutch.
Nim is a 19.
That does not hit.
Nice. And that is the end of the turn. Zephyr, it's your turn.
Ew. Everyone don't be forgetting your 10 hit points. Zephyr is going to use. Sorry, what's directly in front of her? Are there any of her friends?
So you got Hellhound, and then the 2 insects, and then in front of them you have Callan and Pipkin. Callan and Nim, and then Pipkin, and then you and Keenan.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not gonna use that. Gonna use try and use guiding bolt on the Hellhound.
Okay.
Level 1. She is not doing well. That does not hit. Then it's her sword's turn. That's a 24 to hit.
24 hits.
Yeah. And deals 5 damage.
Alright, anything else?
That will be all.
Alright, Kalanthar, you're up.
Right. I've got a quick question before I decide what I want to do. With catapult, could I, as taking out my bonus action, could I drop a vial of holy water, then catapult it at it? Because it says it can't be worn or carried between 1 or 5 pounds. There's a rule of cool.
You'd say that you'd be making everything at disadvantage because it's ranged and you're right next to them.
It's just a dex save for it. It's not actually a ranged spell thing, it's just a dexterity save for it. So it's up to you if you want to allow it or not.
Let me read what Catapult does.
It's 3d8 if it hits. If not, I'll just throw rocks in. But I just thought Viola Holy Water seems fitting.
Doing some intense researching right now.
It would technically be 2 action in real terms, but I just thought I'd throw it out for thematic reasons.
I would say if you want to do it, you can, but you would risk you and Nim having to do dex saves as well.
Okay. In that case, I will just shocking grasp it so it can't attack me, and then I'll disengage basically.
Okay. Do you want to go for
so
the
that
insect
is-
or the hellhound?
The Hellhound.
Okay.
So that's a 22
That hits.
for 6 damage. Note to self: use shocking grasp. Never bother with my longsword.
Yeah, I mean that
So-
works.
Yeah, I'll do that on the Hellhound, and I'll move back with my full. I guess take attack of opportunity from Scorpion.
Yep.
Anything
Okay.
above a 10 in damage, I'm down.
No, they missed completely. How far back are you going?
Okay. As far as I can, my movement, and I'll take my temporary hit points. That's 1d6 plus 4, so it's 9 temporary.
Okay,
Shooting fire
Keenan,
domain's
you're
still
up
going.
with Nim on deck.
Yep, it's still going.
Okay. Keenan is gonna cross his arms across his body, pull out 2 throwing knives, and is gonna throw them at the Hellhound.
Okay.
So the first one is a 22 to hit,
That hits.
and the second one's an 8 to hit.
8 misses.
I'm guessing 8 doesn't.
No.
So the one that hits, I'm going to put a Psychic Blades into as well. rolled a 4, so that's 7 piercing and 7 psychic.
Okay, you launch that blade and then propel it with some extra force and just watch as it goes completely through his head and out the other side. You watch, it is red hot as it comes out, but the hellhound sort of whimpers and then falls to one side and then slumps on the ground. Anything else?
That is it.
Okay, Nim, you're up.
Nim, in like the panic of everything, has only just remembered that she may be able to communicate with these creatures. So she shouts in Infernal, "Leave!"
Interesting.
And holds her like attack action, like holds her battle axe in case they on their turn continue to move forwards, then she will swing. If they leave, then she will not.
Okay. Pipkin. You're muted.
Thank you. I will punch. I'm essentially going to repeat whatever I've been doing. I'm going to flank.
Yeah,
I will give
that's
myself
fine.
advantage.
Yeah.
I will roll an 18 plus 6 is a 24. That hits, I think.
24 hits.
All right. I will choose not to use my gloves, so I'm going to roll only 1d6. So that is 6 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
I will use Flurry of Blows
Mhm.
for 2 additional strikes. First of which is going to be 23 to hit,
That hits.
and that will be 5 bludgeoning damage. And my last hit is going to be 21 to hit.
That hits.
This character is so on crack. 10 bludgeoning damage. And then I will use a free disengage to hide behind Nim.
Let me just
I love
quickly
this.
check something.
To see whether I'm actually that cracked.
No, I need both you and Nim to make dex saves as you're running away.
Okay.
Damn. 13?
Passes.
My D&D Beyond is not loading, but I'm pretty sure I have 22 or 23 save.
Okay. You both take 5 points of fire damage. Obviously, 2 for the one with resistance.
Yes.
As you watch it, once again, just explode into this shards of obsidian. That is dead. Anything else, Pipkin, as you run away?
No, I'm cowering behind Nim.
Okay. Then it's gonna go for Nim. A
Then
23.
I will attack.
Okay.
23 does hit me, but yeah, I'll use my held action since it is attacking and not leaving. But yeah, 23 will hit me, so I'll take whatever.
7 points of fire damage. So 3 for you.
Wonderful. I will swing 15 to hit.
15 hits.
Awesome. That is 12, plus a d4. 13 damage.
Right on the money as you sort of swap that blade. I do need you to make a dex save for me.
That is a-okay. That is 18.
Yeah, you pass. So you only take 2 points of fire damage with your resistance as you you thwack it. You know that it's dying, and as you do, you sort of raise up that shield, and all the rest of you see this clattering shrapnel of obsidian go off her shield and then up into the ceiling. That is all of you out of initiative. As you begin to just sort of take in what's just happened. You do hear a soft bubbling as that heat begins to continue to rise around you, given the heat of the bodies that now scatter.
Nema's gonna like immediately look to Callan and be like, either I'm crazy or there might be a pod of like hell around here.
I wouldn't put it past it. Let's be fair. We've seen weirder stuff lately.
Yep.
Wait, hell? As in hell?
Yep.
Oh,
They
no.
were creatures of hell. They were very cool.
Make me a
just
nature
very
check.
angry.
Make you...
Nim, make a nature or arcana.
I am equally bad at both, so let's see how this goes.
Could I assist as I'm part of
Oh, that's a nat one. That's
Do you
a
have
conversation
proficiency?
about it?
that's a nat one.
I do not. No.
Then no.
So no.
The only thing you know is that hellhounds come from hell. That's all I can tell you.
Yep.
Like, did you try to speak to it?
Yeah, I'll be honest, because the whole, attack explosion thing, I forgot that I could probably talk to it and tell it to leave. The insects didn't seem to be listening to me, but that hellhound was, I saw it avoiding me, like, it respected me almost, like.
I mean, yeah, the hellhound was dead by the time
Yeah.
you tried, so there was no way for you to know if it would have worked.
Yeah. No. Like, those insecty things I'm not very familiar with, but hellhounds from hell, it definitely was like choosing to not attack me.
Oh.
As soon as it like saw me, I saw it make a choice. It was going for me until it got close enough to see me, and then it went for Callan and Pipkin.
And things do tend to like to bite me and use me as chew toys, so it could just be that. But
That's true.
I get
That
what you
has
mean.
happened
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe
but
it just has like a tiefling owner.
Yeah.
maybe it does.
Maybe.
But that was 100% a hellhound, and how it got here, I have no idea.
Could I have a look around the
Does
rest
anyone...
of the room to see if I see any remnants of anything?
Depends what you're looking for. Like I said, there's only one other exit. The other two seem to have been blocked by rubble. You saw them crawl out of these almost vent-like portions in the rock. And then the hellhound was the only one that sort of walked round the corner. Aside from that, that just looks like the inner workings of a mine shaft.
how's everybody health wise? Like, are you all feeling okay? Like, does anyone need to be healed?
I'm okay for the minute. I can top myself up
I'm
if need be.
pretty good. I mean, if we could fight creatures that do fire damage more often, I feel like I would go down less.
Yeah, and with that, I'll just top myself up with cure wounds because he doesn't want to be a burden like he normally is. That's 13 healing. There you go. Cool. And
If we come
I'm
across any more of them, feel free to use me as a fire shield. Just putting that out there.
yeah, I don't tend to want to be the one getting chewed on, so I appreciate that.
You say
Well,
this,
I'm-
but it happens a lot.
I guess I'm tasty. Who knows? As he just pulls out the vial of the what was it? The Shadow Mastiff goop that he collected when he got bitten last time. He's just kind of like thinking back and looking at feeling a bit of pain in his rib cage. Yeah, Shadow Mastiff.
Hipkin, how are you doing?
I'm kind of roughed up. If you have a little bit of healing, I wouldn't mind actually. You can see she's.
Zephyr passes a healing potion into Pipkin's hands.
Thank you. You can see she's
Okay.
thoroughly beaten up. She has, for reference, 2 HP left.
Oh my god.
Yes.
If you look at that, Ralph, I'd walk over and give you my other spell slot for kill wounds. So I'll do this. I'll cast it.
No, it's the healing potion should be good enough. Oh fuck! What was
Sure.
regular healing potion?
2d4 plus 2.
is
It's
2d4 plus 2. Thank you. Love.
You sure? I don't really need my spells.
No, I'm
Don't mind
fine.
giving you a top off if you need it.
I should be good to go. It's just better than it just takes the edge off, you know. Otherwise, I'm fine.
Just
And speaking of taking the edge off, you see Pippin take out her flask and take a swig of alcohol.
Nice. I forgot about that flask.
I don't.
Keenan would like to gather some of the obsidian that's been shattered around.
Yeah, go for it.
At some point, but I was going to maybe wait till later. But if we could do something now, I would.
As you pick it up, you notice that it's unusually cold, given that what it was just clinging to. It looks how you'd think it would, just a very simple, like black, dark glass.
At the same time, he'll retrieve his throwing knives, and is specifically going to be looking for an obsidian piece that looks the same size, roughly, or shape as the one that we got from that place that is currently in Persephone's possession.
I see, yes. Make me an investigation as you're rooting around.
Can I try and find a piece just to smash up into not dust but small pieces to put in a small bag whilst he's doing that?
You can just pick up a piece and put it in your bag, yeah.
I'm basically after enough to do something cool.
That's a 19.
Yeah, you find a piece that looks vaguely similar enough. It seems to have, in the explosion as it ricocheted off of Nim's shield, it rounded off an edge. It looks a lot more polished. It would take a little bit of effort to maybe rough up the other edge that's a little bit sharper, but you could make it look pretty similar.
Lovely.
Anything else while you're still here?
I want it on record that Zephyr thinks the obsidian is pretty and would love to make jewelry out of it. But also, that would be like wearing a trophy of their enemies, and he wouldn't do that.
You could make a shield out of it if it isn't affected by the fire.
I don't know if there's enough of a piece that she could carry and then forge into a shield later.
It'd be quite heavy
Yeah,
if you were to try that.
she's no Nim.
Well, I
Basically,
think
it's like go for it.
I was just saying. I think, for now, we are clear of the insects, but maybe we should keep moving to find everyone trapped in here. I don't want to invite them to come back out.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
a
while
good
she
idea.
says
Sure.
that,
Mhm.
I was just gonna say, while she says that, she's gonna use a divine sense to, so it'll be any celestial fiend or undead in 60 feet, just to double check that she's not talking out her ass.
You don't sense anything.
Awesome. Then she, yeah, like, let's go.
Right, just a quick fire couple of bits. So gathered up a small bag of like small shards of obsidian for a project later. Then I'd like to. You said there was child corpses in the room. Is that right?
There are
Somewhere
currently a couple
Or
of
was that
them,
the
yeah.
previous bit? Yeah. So I'd like to have a look at those, and then I'd like to have a look to see if I see any tracks for any other like hellhound like beasts or anything like that in the room. That's all right.
Okay, make an investigation. We shall see.
So this one's for the looking at the people. So it's straight. Oh, that sucks. That's a 5.
If they did have
So
anything
child
on them,
corpses
it
is-
has been incinerated. There is no.
It was more
forensics for
okay.
you
It's more a
to
case of
sift through.
if they were halfling or basically for
You'd
what
have
sort of
no
size they
idea.
would be. Okay, so they're not. There's basically just bones. Right, cool.
Yeah, it's more
and
like
then
a
the other one-
scattering, I'd say, of stuff.
Mhm. So they're not together; they're like ripped into pieces. Okay, and then the other one was identify if there is anything else bestial like.
Yeah, I mean
Beforehand.
that's either investigation or survival, whatever one works better for you.
Survival plus. Yeah, I'll go for that. And would I get advantages that's trying to track a fiend or not?
It depends if you are specifically trying to track a fiend.
I'd
if
say
you're
if there's
only
any
looking
other
for
tracks of, like
hellhounds-
hellhound.
If you're
Yeah.
only looking for hellhounds, you'd roll with advantage. If you're looking for
Yeah.
most tracks in general, then it would just be straight.
I'll go for straight and see if I can identify who's been coming through here.
Okay.
I'll go with that. Ooh, 23.
Excellent. You do notice alongside the already present paw prints and rough sort of, they look like pock marks and then scratches in the soot. You would guess that maybe is the legs of the insects as they move. There are also very small but quite wide boot prints running in the direction of where the hellhound came from. They are pretty similar to Pipkin's. You would guess maybe they are from a halfling. Or more than one.
Oh, it looks like some other people have been moving through here in that direction where the hellhound came from. Is everybody ready?
As
He's
I'll
ready
ever
as
be.
I'll
Let's
ever
go.
be.
Okay, who's leading the way?
Zephyr
I'd
is
say
most
either
definitely
Callan
behind
or
him.
Pipkin.
Okay.
Either Callan or Pipkin, I think, because Callan is tracking and Pipkin.
Yeah,
We'll
I'll-
say you can go together.
I'll
It's not
lead
like
the
a
way,
one
if
on.
you want.
We can put
Yeah.
you together, yeah. So as you lead them, the party continues. It narrows a little bit more so that you do actually have to file in a little bit, and it close enough that your shoulders brush most.
Mhm.
Pipkin, you're a little bit more slight, so less so much for you. You get to a sort of cliff edge, and as you look out, now that you have 300 foot of dark vision, you can see it's just a vast expanse and then like a deep pit. You can see soft glowing light at the bottom. There is a ladder at the end of this cliff, and that's where the boot prints finish.
Oh, 100% him going down.
Okay. The rungs are hot, but not searing enough that you'd let go.
I'll follow.
And as you descend one by one, the air continues to thicken, and it's only pressure. There's no wind or breeze. And as you drop on the bottom, there's like a shallow puff of ash. The chamber looks
Okay.
more like it was melted than carved. The walls bulge and slope, as though maybe at one point molten lava might have passed through them. And in some places you see long dragging grooves as if something crawled through. Pipkin, only because you would notice this most of all. Something flickers at the edge of your vision now that you can see as far as you can. There's a smear of ash that breaks unnaturally across the chamber wall where the obsidian is. And there's a handprint and then sort of a streak. You can see there's a broken pickaxe. The haft is snapped in the middle, and the wood is stained red and brown, and the other half blackened. And nearby, there's a half-buried boot, and has a crescent of green hill on the back. Wedged in the rock, off in the distance, is a slat of wood with scratched markings on it, written with maybe like a dagger or a nail or the back end of a pickaxe. Anyone who could read halfling, it says the words, we legged it, shut the wee vent with rocks, tumbled with us, still breathing, no grub left, smell like socks, help. And then underneath, it says, tell Pip to stop nicking my boots if I'm dead.
I nicked the boots.
Excellent. Exactly what we love. As you
Zephyr
put
can
on...
also read halfling and she laughs. She's like, oh my god.
As you put on those lovely, lovely boots, you can add 15 foot to your movement. As you put
Jesus!
on
I've movement
a
is 60
pure
feet.
halfling.
Do you realise I'm
I do know that.
60?
You put on a pure halfling crafted, ye old boots of speed. You can add 15 foot to your movement.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Fucking hell.
Do you want to keep going?
Yes.
By the way, the translation is, we legged it, shut the wee vent with rocks, tumble with us, still breathing, no grub left, smells like socks. You cross through a small overhang tunnel, and as you come out the other side, you can see small broken chains hung from iron loops in some parts of the stone. They've been melted as whatever came through this. You spot the remains of maybe a cage. It's definitely dwarven made. You're not too sure. And off, you can see a vast cavern of molten lava running as the small pieces of the ground begin to break up into massive, almost island-like pieces with small bridges that have been built across them. Those bridges are very old. and definitely not dwarven made. We're going to go to a quick break before we jump into the next portion, as it's going to be pretty intense. And I need to pee and set up Tailspire. So we're going to go to a quick break for 5 minutes, and everyone's going to go grab a drink, and we'll be right back with a little bit more of Stormcaller's Fury in our lovely Collapse Point 9 story. Don't forget to grab your ticket if you haven't already for a mystery dice bag. And if you want to just get 10% off whenever you like it, you can type in code WYRD, which is WYRD. But until then, we're going to go pee, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Find me a place among my brethren, the pines, the bees, the frost. I cannot stay where nature's embrace is lost. Find me where Canoe makes his revelry. Where the horned one sleeps. Down by riverside resting, no one but me. Leave behind your troubles and your worries. Set your soul on fire and dance among the trees. Oh, find me where Canoe makes his revelry. Ooh, where the horned one sleeps. Deep in woodlands running, no one but me. Wake up, breathed in ivy, bathed in the light of the moon. Through the canopy I see the light of the stars shining through. Down by shoreside singing, no one but me. Find me where Canoe makes his revelry. Where the horned one sleeps. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith, blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise, for the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from and the fires burn. Iron, oil, temper and toil. The forge ain't hot if your blood don't boil. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade to slay that evil heel. A sword that gleams like diamonds that can make the darkness kneel. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith, blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise. For the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night, the night. Hear that anvil ring, echo song of the hammer swing. Shape, grind, polish and shine. The world ain't ready for a work so fine. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade for to purge the blight which creeps upon this world we love to take from us the light. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith, blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise. For the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night. Blacksmith, blacksmith, forge me a blade of the strongest steel, that when I strike my enemies, their wounds may never heal. Blacksmith, blacksmith of your blade, legends there shall rise. For the blade that you will forge for me will deliver us from the night, the night. Killers, thieves, thick of skin, till your ruthless trial begins. Let the judge's word sink in, a lifetime on the Isle of Sin. Hey, 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 welcome to the Isle of Sin.
Jagged rock, sea slate caves, no way out but the 10-foot waves. You'll cry out to be saved, no reprieve for the criminal slave. Hey, 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 welcome to the Isle of Sin.
Cursed stone, blessed orb, swing your pick till you hit the floor. Break your filthy back some more until you strike the mithril score. Hey, 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 welcome to the Isle of Sin.
With your life, pay your dues, work or die, it's yours to choose. You've got nothing left to lose, the sharks await should
your soul and mine. They're one and the same, split one in twain, and we both feel the pain. The sins of one father unread in our veins. Through darkness and hunger she remained, but her heart no more beats in tandem with mine. And I'm waiting for the wink and the witty one-liner, for her to say she got me and hit me with a smile. But the hole in my chest says I'll be waiting for a while. Be a boatman, your reaper, I'll be yours, but you can't keep her. Lay me down on a bed of raven's feathers. Dear sister, swear to me you'll stay close, never out of reach. Oh, do not go far from me until I'm gone. Mantle of death, black feathered crown, lift up this body asleep on the ground. A soul for a soul, let mine be laid down in this tomb I wish had never been found. You were a champion, I want her back. So I'll be your boatman, your reaper, I'll be yours, but you can't keep her. Lay me down on a bed of raven's feathers. Dear sister, swear to me you'll stay close, never out of reach. Oh, do not go far from me until I'm gone. There's no price too steep to pay to bring you back to life. Losing you is more than I could bear. So swear, dear sister, swear to me you'll stay close, never out of reach. Do not go far from me until I'm gone. Find me a place among my brethren, the pines, the bees, the frost. I cannot stay where nature's embrace is lost. Find me where Cernunnos makes his revelry. Where the horned one sleeps. Down by riverside resting, no one but me.
Okay, welcome back. As we step into this vast underground chamber, the walls here are formed of solid black obsidian. Doesn't look like that on Tailspire, but they are. They're curved and ribbed, and every sound you make is caught and thrown back at you, echoing sharper than it should be. The heat in here is intense. It's not like a forge. It's like a pulse of a heartbeat. In front of you, you can see that long bridge across vast molten lava and this sort of black obsidian islands that are sparse in between. And as you step in, you once more hear a soft skittering as 3 more of these black obsidian glowing orange creatures crawl up the backside. You see them crest onto the first island. Next to it thuds a slightly larger one that almost has like black wings flittering. They haven't noticed you yet, so it's really down to what you guys want to do as you all come to a sharp stop and realize.
Is there
And I'm just gonna-
any way to hide?
Not as far as you can tell. And I will show you what it looks
I think Nim's gonna like whisper and be like, maybe I like go forward and see how they react to just me. Maybe I can distract them.
Weren't these the things that weren't listening to you earlier?
Yeah, but that one actually like points to the one with the wings. Like that one seems different. It seems like in charge. Maybe it can comprehend more than the others.
I mean, I should stay back anyway because I make a lot of noise, but I don't know how I feel about you going off on your own.
I mean, that's fair. I do normally get really injured in these situations, but
Oh,
I have
can
I
follow
have a
up
good
next
feeling
to
about this one.
I can follow up next to you, Nib, and give you a top up if need be.
Okay.
Yeah, I just like I don't want you guys getting hit by the fire monsters if you don't have to. But if people want to do a different approach, then like I am open.
We don't want you getting hit by the fire monsters either.
Yeah, but like it like tiefling, it doesn't really hurt me that much. Like genuinely, I only lost like I only got like the tiniest little scrapes in that last fight, even though like I was kind of taking the brunt of it. Like I
can everyone
promise you.
roll me initiative? Because none of you made an effort to hide, or whisper, or...
Okay.
So,
I asked if we could hide.
Oh, I mean, like, hide
Yeah.
your conversation,
It's
is
true.
what I meant. Is you're just having a very open
Alright.
talk about what to do.
21.
Okay.
Zephyr just looks ahead and goes, "Oh fuck."
Anyone above 21,
7 for
please.
me.
No.
15 to 20.
15.
Okay, 10 to 15.
10.
Oh, wow. Anything below 10?
11.
You just say 11.
7.
Oh, 7. I was gonna say, why didn't you? Oh, stupid.
This is when we realize Ben can't count.
4, 11, 12.
the amount of sleep I've had the last 2 days, it wouldn't put it past me.
Pipkin, you are up first, my lady.
Yes, I will run forward.
Yes.
To the most forward-facing one. I will hit it.
How surprising.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, 25 to hit.
25 hits.
Since we're in a more open area, I will choose to use my gloves, which means I will have 9 bludgeoning damage and 4 thunder damage.
Yep. How far does it go?
no.
10 feet.
10 feet.
Actually, for the rule of cool, I'd say you watch as Pipkin runs up, and with a burst of speed, just full force punches this critter. You watch that boom of sound wave erupt as you hear the crack of thunder, and the creature goes flying off the edge, very much dead, as it tumbles into the lava.
Hell yeah. I step
So that was
forward.
your first attack. Anything else?
I have 2 more in the bank, so I'm gonna step forward and I'll hit the other small one. I'm leaving the winged one for now. A punch. 22 to hit.
22 hits.
That is 7 damage.
Awesome.
Bludgeoning.
Yep.
I'll punch again.
Okay.
That's a nat 20.
How do you want to do this with that one?
I imagine that, what's it called? Carapace?
Carapace. Yeah, that means is
Carapace.
shell. Yeah.
I imagine that it just shatters with the pure force of, like when you vibrate a mirror or piece of glass so
Ooh,
fast that
yes,
it just sort of
I love that.
pops.
Yeah. Okay.
Because she is now on crack, on speed. She is so fucking fast, and she does this pop pop and just
Cool. Can I have a dex save,
shatters
please?
this carapace. Yes.
As you watch Pipkin like appear and disappear as she's doing this flurry of punches, watching the dents on the carapace slowly like become more and more numerous before it indents inwards. She's not quick enough to get away from this, unfortunately, but
Pipkin has
I did,
become One
however,
Punch Man.
roll. Basically, I did, however, roll a nat 20.
nice.
Plus
you take
6 is 26.
you take 5 points of fire damage.
Yeah.
As some of the like almost orange blood splatters up your face, just burning slightly.
Yeah. 5 damage.
That one
That is
is
2
also-
nat 20s in a row. That is all my luck burned, I think. Pretty sure. Watch it all be nat ones now.
Halfling anyway.
I do! I forgot about that. I never roll one. Apparently. Yeah, that is true. Shit! This build is fucking cracked. Fuck.
Anything
What I'd
else
give for
on
that
that
one.
glorious
Please.
turn?
I hightail it back to the group with my free disengage.
Okie dokie. Meow.
And I don't know if I can't see how far it is, but having 70 feet in total, I imagine I can be back.
45, 15, so you're about here.
Yeah, as far as I can be. Yeah.
Oh, it's my turn.
So one left.
My bug is gonna fly over here, and I need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw as it lands
no.
amongst you.
Including Pipkin?
No, Pipkin's far enough away.
Alright.
That's an 8.
Oh
Okay, that's-
no, that's
And
not
that's
that one.
and that's with a +5.
It's a 24.
I also rolled a nat 1.
Okay, you are prone. You are
Beautiful.
also prone. Gonna skitter over here, and so is Kalantar. What a goat move. Given that it now has you in its little, it can feast. It is going to go for. Zephyr. Yum yum yum.
Okay. Zephyr's just lying on her back thinking, I don't think I saw Pipkin move.
24 to hit for the first one.
Oh, it definitely hits.
That is 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
That's not very nice.
You are also now grappled.
I have a question.
Yes, answer question.
Wait, where is it? Where is it? Where is it on my sheet? I have something. Why can't I never find anything on my sheet? Nope. Where do I find, like, resistances on my sheet?
It should be.
That's under your features, I believe.
Okay, I have
Let me check.
resistance to bludgeoning from non-magical attacks. Is this a magical attack?
It is not.
So
you take
what was the
half
damage again?
I don't remember.
Yes.
I have to roll it again.
Oh no.
Oh, is that because of the plate?
It's because I have some stupid rock or something. From like right at the beginning of the campaign.
1d6.
So my backpack is literally just filled with files of random crap.
Oh, it was 9, so that is 4 for you.
Okay. 4 damage.
Its second one is a 24.
Still hits.
For 5 piercing damage.
Okay,
And
I take 4 damage.
6 poison as you watch it grab you with one and then tail arcs round and jabs you in the shoulder. You feel that cold burn of poison. Claw, sting.
Yay, poison.
I'm gonna go for Nim, the last one. That's a 23.
Oh, that will hurt.
So that is 5 bludgeoning damage, and you're also grappled.
Keen out here being like, over 20, does that hit?
This
We're
is
all like, "Oh,
courteous,
yeah."
okay?
I know. We're all just like, oh, yeah, it does.
You don't understand how fun it is as a DM to say, doesn't 36 hit? Like,
Oh no, I
It
do.
is
I know
quite
this. I know this joy as of last week.
Zephyrel, it is your turn. You are grappled currently, which means you can't move, and you can't attack.
But I
you have
can.
disadvantage on anything other than who's currently grappling you, but there's no one else around. So
But I can still attack with magic.
You can attack with whatever you want.
Well, no, because I can. If previously I would have not been able to cast, but I can cast because I have warcasting. So my arms, even though they're not free.
You can still cast. It just means your speed is 0.
Ah, I
So
see.
even
I
if you
see.
didn't have warcasting.
Wait, and then what does poison do again?
Nothing. You're not
I have
poisoned.
disadvantage.
Dysfunctional.
I thought I was poisoned.
No, you took poison damage. You're not poisoned.
Oh, I took poison damage. I see. I see. Bu- bu- bu. I was very upset with this giant thing. So it's got her like in its foot.
It's got 2 claws. It's got you and Nim in each
2
one.
claws. Okay. So it will reach out and grab as best she can with the claw that she's in, and use inflict wounds.
Okay.
Why do I keep rolling shit? It's 12.
Misses. Anything else?
And then is gonna cast spiritual weapon,
Okay.
and then the weapon will take its turn. Yes.
You...
Yes. Weapon take its turn. Weapon does not hit. Weapon rolled a 9.
Okay, Keenan, you're up.
And that is.
You are still standing,
Okay.
as far as I'm aware.
Keenan is going to cast Phantasmal Force on this flying bug,
Okie dokie.
and it is going to perceive a acid rain falling on it. It's an intelligence save, so it'll only perceive it if it fails.
Oh god. -4?
Yep, that fails.
I rolled a nat 1 and it has -5. I didn't think
Hell
that was
yeah.
possible, but there it is.
Oh.
So, treats it as if it was real. Any illogical outcomes it rationalizes to itself. If it thinks it's going to take damage, it does. So it takes 1d6 psychic damage, so it takes 2 acid damage from that. And then I'm going to go "Bleh," and kind of get up in its face and use my magic to it's got to attack me. I did the acid rain. And then I'm going to use my cloak bonus action to teleport 30 feet towards Pipkin, leaving
Mhm.
behind a shimmering after image that must make a wisdom perception check to see if it's me.
Misty step with a clone. That's cool.
What do I have to do? Perception check.
Perception check, yes.
Oh, I'm not good at those either.
Oh, or you.
Interesting. Natural 20.
Saves. So it knows that I'm not there anymore.
Nim.
Yeah. Nim. What is Nim gonna do? Is it? Yeah, it's still on top of us.
Mm-hmm.
Like I will use. Yeah, I'll just use my movement to stand up, and then battle axe. Why not? It's right next to me. Invite. 11.
Nope. Anything else?
Nope.
Calantha.
So I'll stand up, and then I'll go for a good old shocking grasp to see if I can get out of the zone. That's a 15.
15 hits.
That's for 2 lightning damage. Can't make a reaction, and then I'll move whatever movement I've got left towards where Pipkin is.
So it'll be half.
Yeah, so 15. Feet. There you go.
Okay. Skittery bug turn. It's gonna go for.
It's canon now. That's what they sound like.
Yeah.
It's gonna go for Pipkin. First claw attack is a 22.
Yeah.
2d4. D. 7 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And then... Yep, that's it.
Okay.
It is your turn.
I punch. No, let me pull up the I will. Oh, can I circle it to flank it with Keenan? I could
no.
because I can pass through Keenan.
Yes, you. It takes up this space.
And I can go on his.
You can go this
right?
way.
Sorry, my phone is not turning. Can you fucking turn? Yeah, like that. I would like to flank it. So I get advantage. $24 to hit.
That hits.
I will use my gloves. That's going to be 8 bludgeoning and only 2 thunder damage.
Okay.
I will hit again.
Mm-hmm.
Dirty 20.
It's dead. I don't even need
Cool.
to ask.
I have one left in the bank.
Bloop.
So I'm gonna run, and I can occupy the space of a larger creature. So I want to stand. I want to flank it, and I might have to stand inside someone, or under between their legs, essentially. But I can't quite see it well on my phone. I'll say.
65.
So place me wherever I get advantage.
I mean, Nim is up currently, so you would get advantage.
Cool.
Got that bastard surrounded.
Would a nat 20 hit?
Yep.
Should we all just take 5 and let Pipkin handle this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, guys. We're gonna take a break.
Well, just have a short rest.
16 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And I
Anything
will run the fuck back to be out of dodge.
5, 10,
Crazy.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 25, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70.
I feel like it's that scene in that X-Men scene where Quicksilver comes in and saves everybody from the exploding house.
Yep.
And nobody does anything. and then everyone's just like, "What the hell just happened?"
Yeah.
It kind of feels like that, to be honest.
as they stood outside, like,
Some of
"What?"
you, some of
Boots
you got
of
knocked down at the beginning.
speed.
We probably would have
Um,
perceived
Yeah.
that as Pipkin like launching herself off.
Blah, 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 blah. It's my turn, and I'm going to do something
bad.
extra fun.
Mm.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, I don't like that.
Are they in the lava? Oh god.
That looks very much like we're in the lava.
Nin's in the hot tub.
I'd like to be not in the lava. Can I request that?
Yeah.
Well, Zeph can fly, right? So
Yeah,
you'd
that's
be okay.
true. But
And that's my turn.
I am currently grappled.
Zephyr, you're not anymore. As you watch the scorpion,
Oh.
not scorpion. I don't know why I said scorpion. Oh, it's because it uses the same.
Like a praying
Anyway,
mantis.
you watch those giant obsidian wings just begin to flicker, and it levitates off the ground, carrying its two new prey, and lands on the other side. You see it deliberately looks at Pipkin, and if an insect could smile, it just lets go. Zephyr, you are going to take 8 points of fire damage as you hit that lava, but you can do your action, bonus action movement and stuff, so it's whatever you want to do. The lava
Zephyr's
counts as...
gonna
yeah, I wasn't gonna guess that much. The lava counts as rough terrain, so you would be moving at half speed if you're still on top of it, which you won't be.
Zephyr's flying
Okay.
out of there immediately. Sorry, did it drop Nim down there as well?
It did, yes. It did drop Nim down there.
For Zephyr's turn, can Zephyr try and pick up Nim and take him out too?
I need a strength check at disadvantage because Nim she be thick.
Yeah. And Nim
Oh,
does.
no.
If I can say, I have my grappling hook. It's okay. Then she will.
You can only do that on your turn.
Otherwise-
Unfortunately.
Just pretend I didn't.
Yeah.
But-
Zephyr's gonna try. I don't know, he would have to roll again because it was a 10 and that's probably gonna be bad, but I'll roll just for the shits and giggles. It was a nat 20.
Oh god.
Unfortunately, a 10 does not make it. As you try and lift her up, you can feel yourself getting weighed down, and then eventually you just have to let go.
I give up and I continue my flight out.
Okay, how far up can you fly?
I don't know. That's a good
I mean,
question.
what's your movement speed?
I think it's
Flight. Pretty sure it's 30.
Okay. So we'll put you... Come hither.
Hither.
Come hither. Now I need to turn you off flying so I can pick you up.
Soaring, flying.
Bosh. There you go.
Breaking free of the lava.
Anything else on your turn?
Where did my sword? Where is my sword?
He's over here. He's just chilling.
Where I left it. It's just
Yeah.
gonna bounce as close to, me / the enemy as it can. I don't know. Can it fly? Can spiritual weapon fly? Don't know.
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
I think it-
So it would
I think
be
it's
like
roughly
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. There you go.
Okay. Is it within 5 feet or no? Does it still need
Not
one
yet,
more?
no. It'd be next round.
Okay. Next round. No problem.
Anything else?
That is all.
Keenan, I do believe it's your turn, sir.
Okay. So he takes 5 acid damage from the Phantasmal Force, and Keenan is gonna dagger for a dirty 20 and an 18.
Both hit.
And let's throw in a Psychic Blades to that as well. So, D4. Six. 7, 13 piercing damage, 9 psychic.
Okay. Anything else?
That's everything.
Nim, you take 12 half, so 6 points of fire damage with your resistance, and I need to know what you want to do.
I would like to get out this fancy newfangled grappling hook that I have. And like aim at the side of like the rocks on the side where we are and where the creature is not. And try and then pull myself up 10 feet. That would be great.
Yeah, very easy for you don't need to roll for it because a rock is very large and you are likely to hit at least part of it. So I would say you're hanging underneath these rocks down here currently. As you all do hear this sort of unlinking chain, there's like and then like a deft snap of metal on rock. You're not sure what that is, as you haven't heard her use this before. But you do hear like a soft voice of her swinging underneath the rocks, like, I'm okay. Calenthar.
Yeah, Nim is literally like, it's cool.
Her boot's still dripping in lava. Calenthar, it's your turn.
Okay. Seeing that it's like just lifted a couple of my friends off the edge and everything, now they're back, but I'm gonna grab one of the smaller lava rocks next to me and I'm gonna cast Catapult at it and just like unleash like a flurry of like little pebbles in its face. So that's a dexterity saving throw of 13.
Let me grab his dex. 16.
Damn it. So that does nothing. Actually, is it half or is it nothing?
If it's a spell, it's usually half.
On a failed save, the object strikes the target and stops moving. When the object strikes something, the objects take... Oh, so it still does the damage no matter what. Doesn't say half damage. That's weird. I'll put it in chat so you think. It's really
Oh
weird
yeah,
when
it just misses.
It just misses. Okay.
Yeah, so if I failed the save, it hits. If I don't fail, then it misses.
Okay. No worries. In that case, I've got any bonus actions I can do. Bonus action. No, nothing else I can do. That is me.
Pipkin.
Sorry, I was muted. Is it in the air or is it just?
No,
over
it
a
landed.
gap?
It's landed. It's just
As in
across
beyond
the
the gap.
Yeah.
It landed. Okay. How wide is the gap?
I knew you were going to ask that.
Looks to be about 15 feet. Could be.
10 feet. And yes, you would be able to jump it. I don't even need to think about the dynamics of that.
Well, here's the thing. I'll take it, but jumping distance is determined by strength, and I have only an 8 in strength. All my strength is dexterity, essentially. So technically, I would only be able to jump 8 feet, which doesn't make sense with her speed and all her boots and shit. But I'm just handing it to you. It is technically governed by strength, jumping. So
Remember,
that does
this
determine
question.
whether I use Step of the Wind. Like, I'm pretty sure she could probably just launch herself over that gap just by sheer speed, but...
With Step of the Wind, you would be able to make it.
Yes.
Without
Okay.
it, then no, it would be your strength score. I like to think of it as they're fast when they're grounded, but to launch yourself, you need the strength to jump that high, I guess.
That's why I wanted to pose it to you.
Yeah, I the way, because it is rules as written, so the way I'm rationalizing it is, if you weren't to use Step of the Wind, you would get that far, but you would be slightly down a little bit, because of, you still got the same speed, but not the same distance in terms of height.
Lift, yeah.
Yeah.
In that case, I will use Step of the Wind. It is no action. That is a bonus action, actually. Okay, I will only punch once this round.
Okay.
Forwardly. And without advantage.
Okay.
16 to hit.
16 hits.
Oh, fuck.
You need a 7 or higher.
Well, good thing I have a +4, and so let me calculate just for shits and giggles. I need to roll higher than 2 ones.
Essentially.
I did.
Oh, what a surprise!
Yeah.
Crazy.
Oh, well. Because my base damage is a 6, so
Yeah.
yeah. But I rolled a 5 and a 4, so I did it. Yeah. So that is 13 damage in total.
Okay, I need to describe in visceral detail what happens to this flying scorpion creature.
So, in visceral detail.
Yeah, I
fuck me.
want some gross shit.
I launch myself over that chasm, and in an effort to essentially push it off the edge, I will go behind it and punch as hard as I can, knowing that I won't have the energy to do it more, and just throw my all into it. In an effort to punch him off the edge, I punch so hard and so fast that it doesn't impact his entire body. It just goes through. It has those scales, like on the back, I'm assuming, those that overlay on top of each other.
Yeah.
It slips in between that, and you hear a crunching sounds of the carapace around it bursting. You hear it followed by a squish as the inside of the insect is hit full force. It bleeds whichever color it bleeds. I know some insects bleed green, but that sort of bursts out, and then it just collapses on the floor with a nasty screech. I did not push it off the edge because I punched it inside its body, I guess. Was that visceral enough? More?
Yeah,
less?
that was pretty cool. As you just thunk straight through it. You are currently out of initiative at the moment. You will do notice that there is one of you clearly missing and is currently swinging underneath the rocks.
Guys, could you pull me up?
I will throw down some rope, essentially. Here it will matter that I'm not that strong. I will need help from other people.
Yeah. I was gonna say,
Yeah,
I'll go
I
over
think
and help.
as a
The
team, we
strongest
do.
sailor.
Yeah, it takes literally everyone to lift him
Get
up.
the good old +1 strength. Oh, dear.
So yeah, I'll absolutely throw down a rope and with the help of the rest of the party, I'll probably, if need be, jump back over the chasm and I don't know, the logistics.
Create like a pulley system with the bloody bridge.
Yeah.
You chuck the rope to me, then I chuck it over to her. We like twist or
I
something.
contribute absolutely fuck all in the pulling. Like I might be quick, but I'm just
Yeah.
a tiny fucking halfling. I make no difference.
Okay.
It's like the small combination of everyone who can't lift shit. It's like, we
As you
got
guys
this!
are standing, having lifted Nim up, you can see across from you is obviously another gap, and then a bridge. But from your place standing, you can see all the way across. And there appears to be like a small, not small, quite a large mine entrance. It looks like another one. There does seem to be a series of very large rocks and various beams, a hat, some gloves, not that it helps, like a pickaxe. It just seems to have been piled up. And you would guess maybe that's where some of the halflings are. Across the far wall, there's an 8-foot high, it's green here, but it's like a blue-green crystal. Multifaceted diamond of quartz. And you can see like a fairly tinged blue thing inside. At the base, a 6 thick obsidian plates engraved with something. You're too far away at the moment. And you can see chains of silver glass sort of curl around it, almost like a little jewel. In front of that is a massive, large obsidian monolith, just standing in the middle of the cave. Aside from that, that is all you see. What would you like to do?
I think that, and she like points at the gem. She's like, I think that may be the source of our issues. But I also think that we should find these halflings before we deal with that. Get them out of here first.
Definitely, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, it seems very clear that they're right there. So, yeah, let's do it.
Okay. I will say, as a group, you are able to hop over.
Thank God.
And then wander around. Oh,
Callan avoiding any form of acrobatic check is always a win.
Yeah.
as
He's
you
got
get to
a
hit.
+5.
Keenan looking for every form of acrobatic check that he can make.
He just does like a little flourish.
Yeah. Yeah. A couple of twists in the air, backflip.
Oh dear. just makes me laugh. Like,
But yeah, you
every
get to
time.
here. You see the massive crystal, and then there's a big black monolith in the center around here. Hold on. There. Obviously, off to the side, you can see a massive mine entrance, and then a smaller, what looks maybe to have been... Jesus Christ! Sorry, that was real lightning. That scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, it's due any
fucking hell.
time now.
I was like,
there
what
looks to
looks
be
to have
some
been
sort
Jesus
of
Christ?
large stone structure that was more new, and that's where all of the stones and various pieces of clothing and pickaxe and beams have been slewn across in an effort to try and barricade themselves in. But yeah, what would you like to do as you sort of reach this part?
like when you say barricade, like I assume it's very much like makeshift, trying to keep out the monsters deal.
Pretty much, yeah. That's what it looks like. Like they've thrown boots and gloves on top of it in case that helps, which it obviously doesn't.
Then I think Nim would like to start trying to like move the barricade, but while she's doing so, say like, we're here to help. Like we've dealt with the insects. We've been sent to get you guys out of here. We're here to help. This is not a scary thing. This is a rescue thing.
Okay. So you're going over to talk to them.
Yeah.
Okay. What's everyone else doing?
I'll probably be
Following.
behind. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd go with Nim.
As much as I want to go have a look at the big shiny rock, I'll hold off.
Yeah, that is like priority number 2.
From behind the
just
rocks, you hear quite a familiar. It's a little bit. Pipkin seems to have deliberately lost her accent, but these definitely sound like the classic sort of rural halfling, especially where she's from, which is a very thick Scottish. I can't do it. Thick Scottish accent. As you hear, nope, not coming out. Too scary.
Zephyr follows up with no, I promise, like it's all been dealt with, but like in halfling. Just to try and further. Yeah.
Did you kill the big one?
Zephyr speaks like everything.
Yes, the big one's gone.
Are you sure?
And then she looks at Pipkin and is like, Pipkin, help.
Pipkin's gonna approach, and I won't do it because I can't. But in her Green Hill accent, she's like, in halfling, she'd be like, "Stop being so fucking pussies and help us get you out of here. It's all been dealt with. This is not halfling bravery. Get the fuck over here!" Like really.
You see
frustrated.
a shock of brightly curled ginger hair pop out from a small hole. They look over your shoulder, their eyes widen, and then they pop back down.
I look back.
Okay. The only thing
What
in
do
that
I
room
see?
is the vast crystal and the very large, it's about equally as tall, it's about 10 feet tall, like an obsidian monolith, it looks like.
I'll
Can
continue
you
in
make
halfling.
an insight check, please?
Sure. Insight is wisdom, so that is 6. It's not a punch, so you know.
Yeah, fuck knows what they're on about.
Yeah. I say
Uh,
that in halfling. What the fuck are you on about? What's going on? Why aren't you coming out?
The big one's still alive.
Okay. I look.
When you say big one, what do you mean?
And you see like another little hand, the big fucker, and they're pointing at the monolith, like jabbing fingers.
Can Zephyr go towards the monolith
Is it you that's
and
going?
then point at it and go, this thing?
Okay.
I was gonna go touch it, but if Zephyr wants to lead the way, she can.
Zephyr, as you
Yep.
approach the monolith, can you make a perception check for me? And I'm so glad that it's you.
What do you perceive with your half-elven eyes? It's a 14.
Okay. You can see the monolith glows orange, and there are those same runes around the base of the crystal are written across this obsidian glass. Do you speak Infernal?
Potentially. I think I
Because you
do.
speak a lot of languages.
Speak so many languages. There's no way
Yeah.
you don't speak Infernal.
No,
like
I
12
don't.
languages,
I always get Infernal and Primordial confused.
Yeah.
No, I don't speak Infernal.
You see written across it is Zal. I have to get this right. Zal Drakal Silvan Nathara, and Vrex Tal Durun Korvax Zenreth. And the closer you get to the obsidian monolith, you begin to see parts of it begin to mold and move, until eventually, what appears out of it is this. It looks about a little bit taller than 10 feet. I was wrong. It completely has no features, though it has some form of humanoid look. Completely obsidian, save for the same glowing magma and those infernal runes covering all above it. One final time, I need everyone to roll initiative against my obsidian harrower, which is what I called it because it's so cute.
Nice knowing you guys.
How am I rolling so bad on initiative?
I would
10.
like to roll bad on initiative.
Got a little screenshot for the notes.
Okay, 20. Anything above 20, sorry.
24.
Yes,
Oh, you're on fire tonight.
20 to 15. No, no one. 10 to 15.
I guess it's
11.
Also 11.
That's the second time.
I got 10.
That's an 8 for me.
What is wrong with Callan lately, honestly?
He does really well whenever he needs to be smart. Any other time, he sucks. That's basically what it's come down to. Inventions and studying, he's okay at. Everything else is...
Yeah.
He's very much book smart, not film smart.
Okay, so... Oh, I haven't rolled me. 14. We'll go after Pipkin. Okay, Pipkin, you're up. What would you like to do?
shit. I can't flank it, I don't think, right?
Yeah.
I
End
can.
up here.
Crazy movement.
Okay. Then I'll flank it. That's funny. Does that hit?
Yes. I think it does. Oh, let me just check.
Not
Yes.
sure.
It's where he turns around and says it doesn't, and we're all like, no! No!
It is only 11 bludgeoning damage, but 6 thunder damage.
Your fists count as magical, don't they?
The thunder does, yes. The bludgeoning doesn't. That's
No,
regular damage.
your monk fists do, or they should.
Oh.
Later, isn't it?
Yeah,
Well,
it might be
I
level
mean,
6.
if- I don't know. I guess if the knuckle dusters are a magical weapon, then yes.
Oh, they
But-
are, yeah.
Then yes, I guess. But I don't know if the bludgeoning. That's up to you, really. Not within my character sheets. They don't count as magical, but
Yeah, I think it's
if
a
you
6 or above feature. If it's the bit you're thinking of, like with the flurry of blows, everything counts as magical.
No, it's
I
not
have no
that.
idea. I've
There
never been a
is-
monk. It's up to you, essentially. Not that I know, but you're the DM.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm thinking about a different... I'm thinking about Pathfinder. Anything else?
Yes, I'll punch it again.
Okay. But yeah, you are wearing your gauntlets, so it still counts as magical.
Do you believe me that I rolled another nat 20?
Fuck off! Just let me have my
so
go
sorry.
first.
This is my 4th nat 20 tonight. I did roll almost everything with advantage. It is only 11 bludgeoning damage, so it's not that much. And I'm gonna punch it again.
Weird,
I'll try
that.
not to roll nat 20. I can re-roll a 1.
Yeah.
Ooh, I think this is my first miss. 14.
Misses.
Ah! I missed. I do retreat, though. I get the fuck out of dodge.
So it
And that's it.
was 50 feet.
And that is my...
Get there, and then 5, 10, 15.
And that is also my final key point, so I cannot get free dodges anymore, and I can only punch twice.
Cool, good to know. It's my turn. I'm gonna hit Zephyr. She's right there. Zeph does a 24 hit.
Yo.
That is 12 points of bludgeoning damage. The first one.
She's already down. Stop hitting me.
Are you down?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like him really said, "Oh, I haven't knocked you knocked you out before."
No, I didn't
Let me
know.
do it twice."
It has 30 feet, so it's going after Pipkin. 5, 10. 22 to hit.
Yeah.
That is 8 points of bludgeoning damage for you.
Mm-hmm. And?
Okay, that's that. And then there is a lair. I need everyone to make a charisma saving throw, please.
Charisma?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I am
not
terrible
bad.
at those.
Fine,
Oh.
shut the fuck up.
I'm pretty sure I fail. Do I fall in love with the golem?
A natural 20.
25.
13.
Okay, anyone that got less than 13, if there are any, you have disadvantage on your attacks. Everyone else is fine.
How dare you?
Did you get 13?
Yes.
Then you pass.
Oh,
If there's anything less than 13,
never mind.
13 is the DC.
Okay, never
I think the only one that failed at that one.
Was it you? No.
Yeah.
Poor Callan, man. Keenan, it is your turn.
Okay, Keenan is going to cast Healing Word on Zephyr,
Mm-hmm.
which I forgot to get the dice ready. Sorry. So you take 6 points of healing. Come up. And then Vicious Mockery on, well, get close enough to be able to do both these things 60 feet. Vicious Mockery on the golem creature and go, oh, fucking here we go again. Hello, ugly. Yeah, Vicious Mockery, Wisdom save.
I mean, that is a 3.
Yeah, that fails. So 3 damage and disadvantage on its next attack.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay.
And did you do my movement? I don't want to cheat you out of me being in range or something.
I don't know where you are. I mean, I don't know how far you want to move. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Just as long as I'm within 60 feet of the golem, so towards Zephyral. But
Yep. You don't even need to move.
I'll stay where I am then.
Zephyr.
Zephyr would like to cry.
Nice.
It's a free action. No, Zephyr's going to. What is Zephyr gonna do? Where is? I've lost my spells again. Oh, there we go. Is she able to get away from it?
You're not next to it
Wait.
currently.
She's far away. I'm not next to it. Can she guiding bolt on it, please?
Yeah.
I guess get up as well.
Just doing like a big stretch and just yoink.
There we go.
Does a 24 hit?
A 24 does hit.
That'll be 17 points of damage.
Jeepers.
She did not like being knocked down,
I get no.
but then she got back up again. And that endeth her turn.
Okay. Nim, you're up.
How close can I get to her? I have 30 feet of movement.
There. That's 30 feet.
Awesome. Am I 30 feet away from it?
No, you're 35 feet away from it.
Damn. I cannot do anything while it's just that far away from me. Oh yes, I can. That is a lie. I can. I can do things. I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt at the fucking big thing. Big guy. That is 17 to hit.
17 hits.
Awesome.
Also, you've also got advantage on that if you want to try again for a nap. Because Guiding Bolt hit last time.
I will.
Just in case.
That was an 18, but it was close. And then that is 17 radiant damage.
Okay. Anything else?
No. I have to be close to everything else.
Kalenthar.
Right. Quick question. The tin beetle I've got, could I, in theory, put that on an arrow and fire it in my turn? Or is it too many actions?
That'd be 2 actions.
I was going to try a Hail Mary and try and blow up the crystal, but that's the only way I could do it. What's the range on the tin beetle? Because we never actually talked.
As in, how far can it go?
Yeah.
What, the explosion or the
like the actual beetle itself?
I think it's 100
Could I
foot.
give it a direction?
Yeah, I think it's 100 foot.
Could it, in theory, if I wanted to send it towards the big crystal, could I? Or not?
Yeah, but it would take a while. It's only a little beetle.
Like rounds and rounds?
It would
What's
take...
the speed?
How far is that?
It's like 50 feet or something. 60.
Let's turn that off. That. 60 feet. It would take about 6 rounds, I think.
Yeah.
Get all the way over there.
Alright, in that case, I will just do a good old longbow shot over to the golem.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's flat because it's got guiding bolt on it. So I disadvantage
Yes.
on my next
Yeah,
attack.
yeah.
16 to hit.
Misses.
Then I will retreat. So I'm still within longbow range to the where the cave entrance is. Like get a little bit of high groundish. Yeah, it's around there with a bit of movement. That's it.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
Pip, you're up.
Just unmuted.
Sorry. My phone is dead. I can't see the map anymore. Can I flank it?
Not currently,
If
there's
not,
no one else.
I would just.
It's just you.
Then I would just like to stand in its face. And we'll do a straight roll. Ooh. 13.
Misses.
Okay. For my bonus action, I'll do a regular unarmed attack. 14.
Misses.
2 misses. I can't dodge, so I'll stay in range. Unfortunately.
Okay. It's gonna go for you.
No shot.
Here it is. That is a disadvantage. Yeah. 23 for the first one.
Silvery barbs.
Okay. 12.
That misses.
Second one. 21.
That hits.
That is 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm down.
Okay. It is going to turn. And I need Nim, Zeph, and Keenan all to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh, God, cool.
I have the high ground.
I mean, we're in the right environment is for it.
Yeah.
That's a 10.
Okay.
23.
Okay.
11.
Okay, so Nim and Zephyr, you both take 13 fire damage, so 6 for Nim. As you watch the obsidian golem just slams its hand to the ground and the magma sort of roils in like a tidal wave towards all three of you. That is the end of its turn. Keenan, you're up.
Okay. Am I within 60 feet of Pipkin?
Not currently, but if you step forward one step, then you would be.
Yeah, can I step forward a little bit so that I am? Healing word, 2nd level.
Okay.
Just mark that off. Pipkin, you have 12 hit points now.
Thank you.
And Vicious Mockery, the Golem. And I'm going to say, you great lumbering beast, the only risk you pose to me is if I roll my eyes too hard.
Okay. Wisdom, right?
Yes, please.
Weirdly, 16. As you
Saves.
just watch his face turn to you, and it's just blank.
And then I'm gonna get back 15 feet.
Okay, Zephyral.
She down.
Do you want me to
Again?
roll your death saves, or do you want to roll them?
You can roll them. Yeah, I got knocked out when it
I got
it
knocked
hit me.
down. Okay. Nim, you're up.
Okay. I have a question.
Sure.
The like runes and stuff, were they on the golem itself, or were they
Yep,
on the ground?
they're on
around
both the
it?
crystal and the golem.
Okay. And I'm assuming I'd have to be like up next to it to be able to read them.
Yeah, you'd have to be closer than where you are right now.
Okay, cool. Then I will use my action to give 15 health to our lovely cleric.
Okay.
Down.
And then I will run in, like, as close to it as I can get, really. I can only do useful things in close by.
There you go.
And as a bonus action, do I have to use like a bonus action to be able to read what's on it?
No, I mean, you're close enough to read it. It looks like it's kind of hard to describe. It looks like phrases that would be used for maybe like
Oh, hang on, I can't
prayer
hear
or chanting or
You're
I
muted,
do
like
not
Kane.
know.
Discord, why do you do this to me? Anyway, it's kind of hard to describe, but they look like phrases that one might use for prayer or chanting, aside from a bunch of them mention an oath breaker. One says, by regret I forge fury, by weakness I make strength. Let no god reclaim her, break the cage, wrath walks again. Some of them you will recognize as scripture of Asmodeus. Others, being a paladin, you would know are to what are known as the Dread Pact, who are the evil gods. And some of the other ones you don't know because they're definitely not scripture, especially someone called whoever they're inferring as the Oathbreaker, and whoever she is, that's never been mentioned in anything you've read.
I'm going to try and so I'm gonna say in Infernal, I'm gonna say stop attacking us. We mean you no harm. And then I'm also, do I still have my bonus action?
Yeah.
If I do, then I'm gonna cast Pell Jewel on it, so it
Ooh.
has to attempt a Wisdom save.
Interesting.
If it fails, then if it fails, it has disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than me, and it must attempt a Wisdom save to move anywhere that's more than 30 feet away from me.
Okay. I guess you'll find out what will happen. Kalanthar, you're up.
Yeah.
I think I'll take the rest of my movement to kind of get within range, up on this top shelf bit. So away from where I am at the minute, just try and get up on that. But yeah, and then I'll whack it with my bow.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a disadvantage or not? Or is it just one round?
Nope, you still have disadvantage.
Okay. Well, that's good because one of them was a nat 20, but the other one's an 18.
Excellent,
So-
well done.
That's an 18. It's 11 piercing. 4 lightning.
Okay, anything else?
And then, I was going to say I put down the beetle, but that's an action. Don't worry.
Pipkin.
Yes. Being up again, I will immediately resort to punching.
Mm-hmm.
Dirty. No, not dirty. I mean a dirty 18.
Yep, that hits.
Okay. That will be 5 bludgeoning damage and 3 thunder damage, and it will move 10 feet away from me.
He can't currently.
That's
'cause
fine.
it's directly away from
Then-
you, and Nim is over there. So you do have advantage if you didn't already.
I did not know. I did not roll a nat 20 for the second roll. For my bonus action, a regular unarmed attack, I will roll with advantage. I rolled an 18 and a nat 20.
To be expected.
Yeah. It is only 13 bludgeoning damage.
Reasonable.
And I will stay put because I don't have a free dodge and I don't want to give him an attacker's opportunity for free.
All right. Nim,
Mm-hmm.
you watch as you compel this golem to fight you, and then as you speak in Infernal, it's halfway through moving its arm to hit you, and it pauses and just stops completely. And you can see it's almost like it's vibrating, it's trying to push through. But because you have compelled it to duel, and it cannot harm you, it can't do anything this round. So, Keenan, what would you like to do?
Can it hurt itself in confusion?
What would I like to? Shit. Let's try Dissonant Whispers on it.
Okay.
Another
Remind me.
Wisdom save.
Okay.
Wisdom 15.
Wisdom. I have a +1. 5.
That fails. So, marking that off. Takes, nice roll, 13 points of psychic damage. And if it's able to, it must use its reaction to move as far as its speed allows away from me.
I can't currently,
That's
because
what that's.
Pipkin's in the way.
Yeah.
Well, it could. It wouldn't move very far, but it would. Anything else?
That is it, I think. Yes.
Zephyral,
Yes.
you are up.
Going to send one more. What's the word I'm looking for?
Nope, I clicked on. That's not. That doesn't make any sense. Guiding bolt towards it. 16.
Misses.
16. What? Cry. Yeah. Then she'll run away, like the opposite direction.
Okay. Nim, it's your turn.
I don't know what Nim will do. This is a good question. This is the first time Nim's been like, oh god. Yeah, I think she'll protect her friend. I think she would swing her battle axe at it. That was almost a natural 20, but it was a dirty 20 instead.
That definitely hits.
So that is 8 damage. And I'm going to add Divine Smite. So that is I'm assuming it's a fiend.
It's not actually.
Oh, it's not?
No. It's a construct.
Oh, okay. Well, then it's only 2d8. But then I will also use my... So that's 10 damage with my extra damage with Divine Smite. So that's 18 in total. But I will also use my Channel Divinity Inspiring Smite and deal... So it's 2d8 plus 4 temporary hit points between me and Pipkin. So let's work out how many that is. 13. So if I give 8 to Pipkin and 5 to myself, that's temporary hit point.
Okay. How do you want to do this?
Better than nothing. Oh my god. Nim, like, you see... Well, Pipkin's the only one close enough to see, but you see, like, this, like, conflict on her face, and she's like... Then you see, like, she's like, no, I've got to do this, and she, like, just swings for the leg, and is just like, I'm gonna take this bastard down, and essentially is trying to, like, dismember whilst alive.
As you watch your sword hit it, it sort of glows gold along the hilt and just cuts through like butter. The Harrower stumbles, falls, and it's just a thunderclap of weight against stone. You can feel that vibration ricochet around the room as that thunderclap echoes and bounces off every wall. It goes dark, and then there's a humming from behind where the crystal is. There's a faint shimmer along the surface, and then just cracks, fractured all the way along, as hairline fractures bloom across the surface. And inside, that blue thing tumbles out. Encased for what must have been centuries, the figure that lies on the floor is a blue-skinned tiefling. One horn is broken clean off, the other is snapped at a jagged angle. Their eyes are pale gold and clouded, and they've got silver chains tied to almost every limb. They collapse to the stone floor. Not violently, just gracefully. Most of you don't notice this, but Zephyr, you catch it at the last second. As they finish the fall, there is almost an imperceptible cushion of air as they hit the floor that stops. They don't move.
Zephyr looks at the others and says, should we help?
I think so. And Nim like runs over.
Okay. At the same time, you hear a couple of whoops as tiny, small figures climb out from their barricade. You catch a very familiar-looking slew of different halflings. Pipkin, would you like to describe what your younger brother looks like?
So we're talking about Ludo, yes?
Yes.
Ludo should be around 15. He has almost like an afro, like a round helmet of hair standing upright. The curls are so tight that they barely fall down. A upturned nose and very, very heavily freckled face. He's quite short. I know he's a halfling, but he's also a teenage boy who maybe hasn't hit his growth spurt yet. He is decidedly short, even for a halfling teenager. But other than that, lanky, despite the lack of length, thin, clumsily movement, a teenager, very much.
Yep. And they just immediately bright smile, and they are full pelt running at you. And you obviously all watch as the two embrace. Zephyr, that tiefling is cool to the touch. There are burnt glyphs that wrap all the way along its skin, almost like they've been burned in. They are all in Infernal. And as you sort of turn them...
I think that was Nim that went forward, not Zephyr.
Oh, well, Nim. Whomever it was, I can't remember.
Yeah.
As they sort of turn to your touch, you can see in their hand, they sort of drape. It looks like a necklace. It's a very beautifully silver ornate and a pale blue gemstone in the middle.
I'm just gonna say, are you okay? What happened to you?
All you hear is you see them at first searching as if looking for something, and then they smile. She made it. And then their eyes sort of glaze over, and there's a breath that leaves them. Their last breath. Keenan and Callan, at the same time, the chamber begins to vibrate. The walls are shuddering, and the veins of the mine, the molten rivers, are flaring with a violent red. as Pipkin is reuniting, Nim holding this body, you know that this room will soon to be flooded very soon.
Keenan is going to call out, use a cantrip to like boom his voice to get everyone's attention and say, yes, very good. Rescue complete. We need to leave now as quickly as possible, as calmly as possible. Please stick to your designated buddy, and Keenan's crew will debrief you once we've exited the mine.
And just as Keenan finishes that, I'll just shout around, see if Dex is among the ones hiding in here at all.
There is a quite a tall looking figure that looks probably human. He's around about the right age.
Okay. I'll just help the others escort them out, and I'll see if it's in after.
Okay.
Nim would like to try and like, I guess, partly read what's on this woman's body, and also kind of almost like put her in like a peaceful, rather than just like collapsed on the floor, like lay her out, put her arms across her chest kind of thing.
Okay. You don't have a lot of time, so you would be able to quickly study them, and then it would be a matter of a history check later on if you could remember it all.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
You hear
I'm
a
gonna
short
do kind of a
voice from one of the halflings as they're motioning for you to join them. And they'll begin running down the other mine shaft.
As in deeper into the...
They're just running down the other one. It's not the one you came through.
They've been here before. Can't hurt to try, right?
Mm.
Yep.
You hear Ludo is ushering Pipkin. He keeps shouting, "There's a lift! There's a lift shaft! Let's go!" And he begins motioning all of you over. It's a very quick run. 20-30 seconds. As you move up and down sort of a weaving shaft until finally you reach it. There's a very rusted iron cage. Cables, half of them are frayed, and there's a counterweight. Calantha, can you make a quick intelligence check?
Sure. Just straight intelligence.
Yep.
21.
As you immediately come across it, you watch Dex is doing the same thing, just looking over it all. The way this lift works, one person has to pull a lever from the inside. Someone else has to hold it from the outside. And there is a very short amount of time before the doors close. In order for the lift to work, one of you will have to hold it open and try and jump back in.
He wouldn't let
There's a
Dex do
good
it.
40 feet between the two.
Are you going to relay that info?
Yeah, I will relay it across.
Pipkin's gonna jump to say, "Let me do it."
Wait, there's a risk involved in that. Zeph, I don't mean to volunteer you, but you can fly it, right? So you could hold it open and then fly up underneath the lift.
I can only fly once a day, and I've already used my flight.
Pipkin, you've just found your brother again. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm the only one who can do it. None of you can. Obviously.
I mean, Pipkin has been teleporting around recently, so if anyone's
Go,
going to
go,
do
go!
it,
There's no time. Get in the fucking lift. She's starting to panic.
Yeah, you do see that orange glow begin to crawl up the back end of the tunnel.
Yeah. So if Pipkin's sold it, she can do it. I won't
Okay.
stop her.
You all clamber in, you
'Cause
feel
she
the
can kick
weight
my ass anyway.
sort of shift and that dull creaking of metal.
I'll
Dex holds
toss...
onto one.
Sorry.
That's fine. What do you want to do?
I want to get rid of as much as I can on my person to get weight off of me. So I'll toss my bags and shit like that to just be without.
yeah, well, we'll bring them into the lift.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you quickly all shuffle that stuff. Dex puts one hand on one lever and you feel it clunk. And then Pipkin, you're holding the other one. Calantha, as this is all happening, you get a soft shiver up your spine as the lift begins to move. And you instinctively feel Erendor move your head as you watch a dark, hooded figure cross behind Pipkin. You see a flash of white teeth, like a bright red looking translucent companion.
Is it in the shape of an otter by chance?
It very much is.
I've had Draco.
And you watch as Pipkin, you take a massive gasp, and the rest of you see a long blade poke out her side. However, Pipkin, out of pure instinct, you turn round, clock him in the face. There is a massive crack of thunder as you watch Dracul is slammed against the wall. You have a blade in your side. You are holding onto the lever. You know you could make it, but Dracul can make it as well. So I need you to make a decision as you're eye to eye with the rest of the party. They're slowly lifting up. Tell me what you're doing.
I'm going to, while holding the lever still to make sure they're still going up, I'm going to try and kick his kneecaps so he can't move.
Okay. As you're doing that, you notice there's a very familiar necklace in his hand. Something that Nim didn't pick up. You have, if you wanted, a chance to throw it.
I'll do that.
Okay. Keenan, you're hit rather roughly in the chest by a silver-bound necklace. You are all watching this happen. There is not much you can do to stop it.
How far away is Pipkin from, like, the distance between the lift and Pipkin right now?
40 feet.
Fuck.
So
we can see him
Keenan,
right now.
It's getting very close to being out of sight. As you're...
Keenan feeling the chain here is going to look up, see Pipkin, scream, get the fuck in here, and then try, if he's seen Bruckle, cast Dissonant Whispers on Bruckle.
Okay. Good to know.
So with the shaft, there's no way of getting back down to where Pipkin is right now,
Not right now.
because he would be blind with fury right now, seeing Brackle. So I was like, could he try and do an errand door thing right now?
Doors are closed.
Or not?
Doors are
Doors
closed.
are closed. Alright.
Yeah.
No worries.
Pipkin, as you're
Yes.
keeping Brackle in place, you watch him physically writhe with pain, and you follow the eye line to Keenan. You're keeping him on the ground as you watch them almost out of sight. Tell me what crosses Pipkin's mind in sort of the last seconds of her life slipping away.
He thinks of Ludo, firstly, mostly, because she just reunited with him. And she wonders where Pippa is, what she looks like now, if she's changed since she's left. He thinks of her parents, of her mother, and she sees her mother in her apron, and her hair tied up in a bun, laughing, hearing it in her head. Her dad, no longer ginger, grey, punched, no longer spry looking. That's the last she remembers of them. And she thinks of her leg. She thinks of the infection and closes her eyes and wonders if she could still make it if she tried. But she has the dagger in her side, the infection in her leg, and a rapidly leaving lift. And she sighs in a small bit of relief as she realizes that she didn't necessarily want it to go, but she very much wanted peace. And though she is scared in this moment, she knows she's getting peace.
We sort of cut from
And
that.
she's... Sorry.
No, you can keep going. I thought you were done. You do you, boo.
I really only wanted to say that she's happy that she was able to get her stuff out into the lift. That's it. Now I'm done.
We sort of cut to just a brief flicker of small moments between Pipkin and the rest of you. Sharing a drink. Her first battle, reminiscing, people consoling her about killing someone. The many fights. Oh, God, that guard captain. Whew. And in an almost gladiator-esque way, we switch to Pipkin and her hands trailing in endless, long, golden streams of wheat. She looks up, and standing on a hill Just a varying arrangement of tartan. And it looks like Green Hill, and it feels the same. And you are finally at peace with your family. Those who are gone, those who are to be reunited with you in the future. And that is where we are going to end our session. With a very heavy heart, we're going to bid our glorious Emerald goodbye. As Pipkin passes on into the hands of the farmer, where she will live out the rest of her no longer mortal life. Thank you very much for being my Wyrdcast. Don't forget you can grab a ticket if you want a mystery dice bag. It's important to plug, all right? And we will see you tomorrow, I believe. Are we on Emerald for tomorrow? I haven't checked.
Yes,
Yeah?
we
Yes.
are.
For the Exilian Expanse, with a little more vampire hunting. But until then, thank you very much, and say goodbye, guys.
Bye,
Hi
guys.
guys.
Bye.
Eternity's a gift, they say, to never cross the veil. This life I try to savor, and I try to no avail. Curse that mortal brevity which has rent you from my arms. Curse this cold eternity without you to keep me warm. Your never-ending elegy is a ballad with no melody, as empty as I. Now you've passed me by. A blessing, no, a malady.